Shabbat Shalom to each and every one of you, the lineage of the eternal truth, as well as friends listening. On this so precious and radiant day of Shabbat, from California, the US of A, today is the 7th of Kislev, the 9th month of Yahweh's calendar of the year 5987 in our best calculations from creation, corresponding to the 15th of December of the year 2018, and we shall study yet another chapter of the Bride of Yeshua, the Bride of Yeshua 47, Yahweh Ekhad 26, the new medicine part 8. Today is a rather very special subject. It's one of those that it is necessary to watch many times over in order to understand everything which I'm about to present today. There are a lot of things which you have to learn, to practice, and develop, but carefully so you have to watch this video in order to comprehend certain subjects that are rather special. It's a subject that's very deep. It's a subject that will take us to a dimension of comprehension that's very different to all the rest of the earth and all the rest of all the history of the earth. If we can visualize and comprehend the message of today, which is as a way of a conclusion to where it takes us to understand this new medicine. We are living Shavuot 71. We've been past the 70th one. We're in a time in which the scripture says that it'll develop and unfold that which we know as the Great Tribulation. How long should we wait? We do not know. When will he come? We do not know, but we are in that time exactly. It is a very good moment in order for all this to begin. And today is Shabbat number 25 of this Shavuot 71st. As you are, let us seek our Creator. Blessed art thou, Yahweh Sabaoth. We give you thanks because you give us life, because you teach us and you make us comprehend the occult mysteries of this whole creation. I ask you, Lord, that you prepare us and that you soon come to look for us. I ask you that we may comprehend this message that's so deep, and also that we may be able to apply it to our lives. All this I thank you for in the sacred name of our Creator and Savior, Yeshua HaMashiach. Alleluia. In the news, I'd like to be brief in the news, but rather there's a lot to speak about. Today we've got a lot to speak about in order to close this subject. It does not mean that I won't continue to speak about the new medicine, but it means that this subject has a great conclusion, having understood certain things, and that is what we'll try to do today. This week, specifically this Monday, the 10th of December, the one that passed, practically live, I watched the dedication precisely in the last day of Hanukkah and the calendar that the Jews that live in Israel have. It is not the true calendar because it is off by a whole month. But that doesn't matter. In the calendar that they celebrated in the last day of Hanukkah, on the 8th day, Hanukkah means dedication. It comes from Hanok or Enoch, dedication. They didn't get any better idea than to dedicate the altar of the sacrifice They made a sacrifice in the altar in the exact, precise measurings of the Torah. They looked for a wall in Jerusalem where they could not call the attention, obviously. They don't have a temple yet. And it was in the Institute of the Temple, which is dedicated to reconstruct the temple. They made an altar, an enormous one, and without letting anybody know except for them, they did a symbolic act of calling to the 70 nations of the world, because the Torah recognizes 70 nations. And it calls my attention because precisely we're now in the 71st year after the 70th. They called symbolically the 70 nations. And the only one that showed up politically was the ambassador of Guatemala. He was the only one that was present there politically. The ambassador of Guatemala. Then they didn't really call a lot of attention, because what they least wanted was to have an attack from the Arabs. Because if the Arabs notice that they are getting everything ready for the temple and they're already dedicating anything, they're not going to like it, because they know where the temple should be. There's a terrible mosque. And then they would have had problems of manifestations and all the rest. So then they made it very under the water, but they dedicated the altar of the sacrifice. They asked for permission to the authorities of Israel that gave it to them. They didn't give them the permission of publicly in that place to sacrifice the animal, because they had to sacrifice it there. So then in order to avoid a lot of problems, they brought it already sacrificed in a secret place, and they came with a box, and there was a goat that was sacrificed inside. Who knows about this news? It's impressive, because if you take into account, look, here I can show you some pictures that I got from videos that some amateurs got it here, but I'll show it to you here at least. It'll be on the video. Here you see the priest dressed in white. You see the tremendous altar. You see it there, the tremendous altar. You see the high Kohen or priest with the ceremony. The altar has a ramp to go into the terrible altar. And here you've got, well, you've seen the menorah here. Anywhere? A menorah, a terrible menorah, but does not illuminate anywhere close to ours. They went and lit it up. It would not light up. It's kind of like that menorah does not illuminate anything. It's more off than anything. But it's a real menorah, an impressive size, rather. They also had another altar of the incenses and all the rest. And in this picture here, precisely, you can see the goat is slaughtered. And in that box and in this piece of garbage pallets, that broken pallets, they couldn't get any better wood. I stopped to think and I said, how did they use those pallets? Notice that those are pallets, pallet wood. So then they grabbed some pallets from who knows where. They brought them. They got this goat, these ridiculous people. And with the ceremony of trumpets, of silver, and all the rest, they dedicated the temple. Well, you can think, and I could care less what you think. They can do whatever they want. Once we see this ceremony, I'd rather felt nauseous. I felt a lot of nausea because in this magnitude of an act, the only thing they're demonstrating is we do not accept the Mashiach that came. We do not accept him in this category of an act. That people officially, because they were authorized by the government and they are the religious ones of the official religion of the state of Israel. With this ceremony, they are saying in a clear, explicit, and emphatic way, we do not accept any lamb that came. We'll continue to sacrifice lambs, goats, and whatever until the true Mashiach come. Afterwards, I listened to some interviews, and in those interviews, one of these Kohanes, priests, would say Well, this is clear that we are waiting for, because the time of the Mashiach has come, and we're waiting for the true Mashiach. We're waiting for the prophecies, the biblical prophecies, to fulfill. It really called me into repugnance. It's not hate, but repugnance to see this, because a sacrifice of those characteristics now in our mind has no place whatsoever. Because Elohim does not want a lamb or a goat that's sacrificed, does not want that. What Elohim now wants is that we understand all that the creation was and what it was for. Today, for the first time, if you see what I'm about to teach, you will understand the what for of the creation. The what for. Obviously, I warn you that it'll be shocking. Possibly, if your mind is not ready, it'll seem to you that's absolutely unheard of and out of place. Maybe all of your thoughts and beliefs will get crossed, saying, that cannot be. I've believed something all my life, and I've got to believe something else. How could that be? Okay, my mission is to give you to understand really what I understand that took place. I asked Yahweh for a lot of wisdom. This subject, it was rather a lot of time to treat, to try to put it in place in order for it to be understood. I understood it immediately, but I had to explain it. You had to develop it, and you had to try for you to be able to comprehend this. It's not easy due to the beliefs that we have. It's not easy. But I will give it to you. You have to try to watch it many times over, as I've said, in order to get to a conclusion that everyone has to get to. Obviously, I will expose what I understand. Every one of you has to follow your own course, continue your own path in what one understands. Our motto is Shemah Israel, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Ekhad. What does this mean? That we have only one Elohim, and that Elohim is the King, Owner, Lord, Creator of Israel. There's no one outside of Him. He is the only one. There aren't others. There is no Father, no Son, no God. The Holy Spirit is only one being. For all those who are of this nation of Israel, they may comprehend it immediately. Now, when we see these people that I've just showed you with these filthy sacrifices, the only thing I see is that we really are in the time of the end, because if you were to see that over 2,000 years, no sacrifices have been made, 2,000 years without any altar, and now you're seeing an altar dedicated, not on any date, but on the last day of Hanukkah, with sacrifice included in everything, then we notice that something has taken place on this time. Something's taking place. 70 years. Yahweh said, this generation shall not pass. We are in the generation that has just complied with the 70 years. And he also told us, when the generation is up, when the 70 years are up, is when I will intervene. Very well. We see that all the pieces are in their place. 2,000 years without sacrifice have passed. Now, that nation that says they follow Yahweh, and now we know that they are not the true Israel, they bear a name that does not belong to them. Now they initiated a service that does not belong to them. only demonstrating the rejection of the true Mashiach, the true Yahweh, the true Elohim, we notice that rather all the pieces of this prophetic cube are falling into place, in their last place. Legal disclaimer: whatever I speak about medicine is not the official word. I don't have any studies or any title in order to practice medicine. I do not practice medicine. I'm just someone that speaks to you about my own experience and others. If you have any medical illness, go and consult your doctor. What is true is that ever since we are born, we are hypnotized and live a general hypnosis, and I mean, not just in one sense, but in many senses. We were born with a globe in our hand. We were born with 3 gods, all of us. We were born with a calendar that's unreal. We were born with every one of the lies inherited of our parents, but all that teaches us, comes to perfection us, and we needed it in order to be better people. If we had been born in a perfect world, if we had been born with the perfect parents, if we had been born with the companions, wives, and husbands, perfect children, we would not have anything to learn. We could not perfectionate ourselves. So then the worst thing that happens to us is the best thing that could happen to us. That does not take away that we have been hypnotized. And in order to get out of the general hypnosis, we have to learn what is true in order to compare, and precisely that learning curve from lies to the truth is our great teacher that takes us from imperfection to perfection. So then we live in the best time because it is the greatest time of deceit in every aspect. Absolutely in every aspect. And I could enumerate a lot of things aside from those that I mentioned, medicine that I've mentioned, the deceits of NASA in every aspect, not just that the Earth is a globe, but that we went to the moon when we could never even go and touch it. All types of deceits, absolute ones. Some may say that the nuclear bombs do not exist, only to threaten us, and I do not know. I tell you the truth, I abstain. Maybe they do exist, maybe they don't. Tell you the truth, since everything is a deceit, what will we know now? Maybe these guys made this up to scare us. Careful, because I'll just push a button and you all blow up. Respect me. Don't get out of your place of dominion. We're going to dominate you. Russia has this. We have this. And the rest, if they do not agree with our practices, our politics, then we press the button, they'll disappear. Tell the truth, who knows? We believe, that's right, we believe that man has the power of destroying this earth. It seems to be a bit extraordinary to believe that, because then we get to the level of Elohim, because the Creator, who should be the only one who has the power of being able to destroy everything, and he tells it to you in the Bible. Now we say we're also like Elohim, because if we want to today, I get up on the wrong side of the bed, Trump says, or Putin, I press the red button, and then everything goes to hit the fan, and this goes to history. It's a bit strange to say and believe that. Tell the truth, I don't know. Only I'll put that out there. I don't know. If they tell me they do exist, nuclear bombs, maybe they do, maybe they don't, because they all lie to us in every aspect. Look, most I'm going to tell you something that's might be rubbish for those of you who don't comprehend it, but most of Hollywood actresses that are so pretty, so thin, which is the goal of every woman to look like they do, with almost no hips, legs that are thin, very thin, with muscular arms. They're almost all men. All those women that we thought that were women, look, we live in a time of deceit. Most of them are treated since they were children, which make ultra, with a charge that's absolutely brutal of hormones, and they change a boy into a girl. There are certain things they cannot change because they can operate a bone, which gives it away that they are men. This little bone here, they operate the Adam's apple that women do not have, a bone here that it's more pronounced in us than women, but there are certain things in conjunction that give away all those women that are men. All of them have wide jawline, big old heads, a complete lack of hips. Can you imagine in the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, all the women were looking like an hourglass? They would go like this, a little small waistline, and then the hips wide like a woman should have. But little by little that changed. The hips, which was the feminine symbol, started to reduce and reduce and reduce, and now it's no hips. And that is now what has become the goal, the ideal. It is the perfect ideal of women. Legs that is very thin, almost without hips. And of course, all the Hollywood actresses, which are just to deceive all the models, turn out to be like that. And one says, if you look at them, how could that be? Well, it could be if they deceive you, because if the globe is not a globe, if medicine is not medicine, if we do not get to the moon, why do we believe that those are women? And then they submit all of the women to try to look like that. Just so you think that over, food for thought, and then they come to sports. They are men, but they take feminine hormones since they're children. Don't confuse with what I'm saying, an older guy that wants to be a woman, and he looks like a drag queen that are ugly, just violent, filthy. No, don't confuse with those. Talking about a child that ever since they are born, they are treated with hormones. They have a product that no one knows what it is. And if you don't believe me, just make a search on YouTube. You don't have anything to do. Look up marches, transsexual, what do they call it? Transgender beauty pageants, transgender or transsexual pageants. Just look it up and try to identify, not in everyone, but in a lot of them. If you could identify if it's a man behind that face, just look how they look, just so you know if you could be deceived. Because if they deceive us, and what about the actresses? Well, there's a lot there to talk about, but I cannot stop here in that. But remember that pharmakeia, because this whole transformations through surgeries and hormones. Pharmakeia is what? That due to your witchcraft, pharmakeia, were deceived all the nations. So then they make you eat cats instead of a rabbit. Everything that we admire of women turned out to be a huge man behind those women. So I advise you that if you're about to get married, actually start to study the family or lineage of this person to really see if they were born a man or a woman, because now it is very easy to be deceived. Very well. The new Germanic medicine, thanks to Dr. Hummer, discovered unto the world a great lie, which was the traditional medicine, how we treat and are treated by traditional medicine. Not just that, when we comprehend what the Germanic medicine is, once we comprehend how everything is impacted at the 3 levels, psyche, brain, organ, at the same time, once we comprehend that in the brain we have relays that deal with and are related with every organ of our body, once we comprehend that it's not the exterior things which make us sick or make us go through programs, when we discover that it is we ourselves, due to our emotions, that we get sick, this changes radically everything, the whole concept of what we understood due to sicknesses. It is rather marvelous to comprehend what sicknesses are, which is a program. A special biological program with a special sense that comes to help me and show me my incoherence. When I'm being incoherent due to something, the program comes and tells me you're being incoherent in this or that thing, and if you do not become coherent, your life will end, because the body can help you to a certain point. Very impressive. So then we have in the second law, the biphasic part of every biological special program, which is divided in 2 phases. It's in the invitation, as long as there is a solution to the conflict. If there's no solution to the conflict, it'll be in an active part on a permanent basis. Very well. Since we have been studying all of this throughout 7 subjects, nothing of what I'm about to say could have been understood if we had not been understood the 7 previous subjects. Because for some reason, I've been giving it to you step by step and explaining it in biodecoding, the sense program, the transgenerational tree, and everything related with what I'm about to present today. Very well. So then the third law talks about how every organ belongs to a embryonic layer, of which there are 3. Endoderm, mesoderm, and ectoderm. Those 3 divide into old brain and new brain, each one of which reacts in a different way when we go through an SBS. The 4th law talks about the microbes which come to help us. Not that they come to attack us, kill us, and contaminate us, but rather they come to help us. We've studied this, and the 5th law is the 5th essence, what actually every biological significant program comes to teach us, and that comes a clear biological significance when we have a incoherence that appears to help us. Very well. Today we shall speak, or we'll start to speak about coherence. What is coherence? Coherence, we can understand it in the following way. What I feel, what I think, and what I do. I could feel something. I want to, I don't know. I want to break this pencil. I want to break it, for example. But I think if I break it, what I'm going to write with, I'll make a ridiculous show here that I'll get so nervous. It makes no sense for me to break it. So then I won't break it. But I want it to brutally break it. That is incoherence. But how do I fix the incoherence? Was it okay to break it? Because we could say, okay, in order to be coherent, I'll break it. That's it, it's over. So then I'll break it. I think I did right, and that is what I do. That's it. I am being coherent. Now, I am coherent with the reality and with the law of Yahweh. For example, with everything we understand. That is what we've got to understand. If I want to steal, I want to steal. Because my neighbor bought himself a nice car, and I want to steal it. I don't know, something stupid that I'm saying, just so you understand, I want to steal, but I think, no, I shouldn't steal, because if the cops grab me, then I'll end up in jail. So then I don't steal it, being incoherent. But what do I have to fix there? How do I get to the coherence? So go to steal, because I have to be incoherent. So then go to steal, I want to do what I want, whatever it costs, but I'll be in coherence because I'm so happy, because I stole, went to jail, and I ended up very bad, but it's my coherence. So then you can tell me I have to be coherent. I want to have sex. I see a girl walking, and I go to have a violent sex there. Let's suppose that the girl wants it too, just to not be so drastic. So then I have to be coherent with myself. I have to be coherent. I want a tremendous urge, I think. That girl also wants to do it. So then I'll do it. But then if I think no, because that would be to break the Torah, then I'll just keep the urge and the anger, and then I'll get sick. Yeah, because what'll happen, you'll have a sexual devaluation, and then you'll have a problem in the prostate or somewhere, because the urge you have, you're holding back due to the Torah. So then I hold myself onto the Torah. Thanks to the Torah, I don't do what I want. So then I go into a brutal incoherence. Do you see? The coherence is what I want to do. I think that it is with the coherence that I want to do, and I do it. That is coherence. So then to help a coherence, not always, and generally, it is not the subject to go and do it, but rather fix what gives me the impulse of doing it. Exactly. So then, what do I have to change? The beliefs. Because the beliefs are the ones that give me the impulse to do something. My beliefs of keeping the Shabbat is what makes me keep the Shabbat. There's nothing else. If I don't believe in the Shabbat, but I keep it with very bad attitude because my dad forces me to. I really don't believe in the Shabbat, but I think that it's no good. I could be working, but my dad obligates me to do so. So then there's incoherence. Do you understand? Okay. So then if I want to, I have to have a guide because we're not free to do whatever we want. Because of course our coherence would be to do stupid, crazy things. I want to do something, I do it, and that being coherent. And then we have serial killers, psychopaths, and rapists because they're being coherent. So then we have to be coherent with something. We have to have a guide. I could be an atheist. Have my atheist laws. I don't believe in God. I come from nothing. Everything was formed and I came out thanks to the law of the fittest, and now I'm here. That could be my law. It could be another law. I'm Catholic. I keep Sundays. I celebrate the Catholic feast. I have a virgin at home. I light up a candle to the saints. I'm being coherent with that because if I want to worship the saints and I forget to light up a candle on the adequate day, I'm being guilty because I forgot about that little saint of whatever saint. The saint, there are all kinds of saints. So then that little saint of the immigrants, and I'm an immigrant, I didn't want to go say hi. Oh, what a bad person. What do? I'm being incoherent because I forgot. And I blame myself. I blame myself because I went did not go and light up a candle to the immigrant saint. Exactly. So then what is it that I have to change? Okay, what we have to do for that, Yahweh gave us his law. In order for us to be coherent in the best way, there's no better law on earth than the laws given us to us by Yahweh. There's no better law. That law, that is also called by Jacob the law of liberty, really makes us free. When we are incoherent to that law, actually we want to do our will that is contrary to that law. So then what we've got to do is change our belief. Do everything possible in our will so that our beliefs are in accordance and in coherence with the law. If my beliefs are in coherence with the law, then I will go into incoherence every time I break the law. If my belief is in coherence with the law when I do things that are wrong, and why do I know it? Because the Torah says so. Then I'll enter into incoherence with whatever I want to do that is not in coherence with the law. You see that we're not free to do whatever we want. No. Well, you can be free if you want to. I'll take something in order for me to know, in order for me to understand, in order to be coherent to something. I don't guide myself with something that I'm not in incoherence because I'll be wrong. I'm not going to choose just anything just because I'm being coherent. So then, generally, that human coherence will be against the Torah, always. So then, what must we do as followers of Yeshua? If you love me, then go into coherence with my commandments. We could say that way. If you don't love me, that's fine. Follow whatever coherence or incoherence you want. Do you comprehend what coherence is? So then that does not mean that whatever I feel is being coherent with the Torah. So then I have to have a guide. That guide is the Torah. Very well. So then, we know that the subconscious mind, wherever I keep my beliefs and I have as a base of beliefs, is atemporal. It does not have a time. It always lives in the present. For our subconscious, there's no future or past. When I have a memory, it's if I'm living it again. That's why when I have something recorded in the subconscious mind, when I see a reaction, let's suppose that my dad would yell at me. He would yell at me due to something. I broke a cup, and he yelled at me, and I was in shock. That was recorded in my subconscious mind. Now I go to work, and all of a sudden I do something, and my boss comes and yells at me. That yelling has something that sounds like the voice or the tone of the situation of what my dad did when I was little. I don't even notice that, but immediately it submerges me into a nervous state that I cannot control. And I got a brutal attack of whatever it might be. It could be a sickness, whatever it might be. Whatever your brain is saying that there has to be an exit. But that was programmed when my dad yelled at me first. So then I repeat patterns always. It always happens with our mother, with our father. When our mother abandons us, it's all recorded. When I feel the very least abandonment from my partner, you really go with all the law against them because you abandoned me. You're a bitch. But that is not against her, but rather against the mother that comes behind. But since it awakens that and reactivates that, my subconscious mind does not know that or to interpret that, that is gone, it's past. No, the same thing repeats. And the program jumps, and I have the same false feeling that I had before. Now, it appears now that is the allergy, but at all levels. We all have these things, so then we have to ask ourselves where this comes from. Why is it that when my husband says something to me, I get so angry, but I mean, it's irrational. But actually, he didn't say such a thing, but it awoke something in me. What did he awake? A memory recorded from before. Do you understand? So then, the subconscious mind, biologically, it has no time, lives in the present. When he has to highlight something, it's as if it just was done to you. That's why when it says, I forgive you, one never forgives him. I forgive you, but don't ever do it again. What did I record? I do not forgive you at the first. You'll see what will happen to you. What kind of forgiveness was that for them to tell me, I forgive you, but don't ever do it again? That is not to forgive. Although it would seem in our beliefs that it is to forgive, that is not what it is to forgive. That is to keep it alive, saying, I'm going to be watching you. If you do it to me, look, I'm going to pass this, let this one pass, but I have the axe in the hand. The first thing you'll see, that is not what it is to forgive. The biological subconscious mind is innocent when there's no better word, and all this is taught by biodecoding. That's where I learned it. It's innocent. What does it mean? That your subconscious mind does not judge whether it's right or wrong. Your subconscious mind could kill everyone, and if your subconscious mind says that's okay, it's all okay, because it was precisely the beliefs that you placed there. If your beliefs, if your Arab, for example, and your belief is that you have to kill infidels, if that is your belief, and you record it well, and that is your belief, you're not going to have anything or feel anything when you kill infidels. In fact, you'll feel well because your subconscious mind is a reflection of what you placed there as beliefs. Do you understand? But the subconscious mind is innocent. You have to teach your subconscious mind. I don't want to use this word, but I'm going to use it. Your subconscious mind is not intelligent. It's rather very intelligent, but it's not intelligent to think on its own, for example, to say, no, that's wrong. No. He's going to guide himself due to your beliefs. Your beliefs. That's why when we change the beliefs, we also change our subconscious mind. So then, it is innocent. It's functional. Not that it's intelligent, but it's functional. For it, nothing is wrong, nothing is right, nothing is worse, nothing is better. There's no judgment. For our subconscious mind, everything is real. It's all real. Whatever it might be, the real or the symbolic. In other words, we've seen that in all the previous subjects. For our subconscious mind, it's so real not to swallow a situation as if I were to eat something and get stuck here. It'll react in the same way from a situation that I cannot swallow. Because it thinks when I relate something that I cannot swallow, the subconscious mind thinks that there's a piece of meat here stuck. Same thing as if it's in the stomach or in the intestine, or if I'm scared. Precisely, the subconscious mind acts as if it was all symbolic, real. And the fourth important point is that for the subconscious mind, the other does not exist. It does not exist. It's all one. It's all one. What I see in the other, it is I. Every emotion comes from me. When I feel anger towards another person, that other person is the reflection of my subconscious mind. That is the rule of the mirror. If we see everyone as a mirror, when we see them, oh, what an ugly person, I'm seeing myself in that person. If I were not seeing myself in that person, I wouldn't say anything. When I see them and it bothers me, there's something that bothers me within me, and it shows me it is the law of mirror. Everything that I see here is a mirror of myself within. That is very important. Whatever I reject, that is I. Listen to this well. Whatever I reject, that is I. And what I love and I admire, that is also I. Everything is I. Very well. I'm going to show you an example of highlighted Christian incoherence. Let's go to Mark Christian Incoherence. And who founded Christianity? Paul of Tarsus. And then let's go to Romans. Romans chapter 7, 14 through 25. Romans chapter 7, 14 through 25. The Christian apostle tells us as follows, the founder of Christianity. There's a little problem in Paul, and he reflects it. He doesn't only reflect it, but he writes it. It says as follows, for we know that the law is spiritual. That's interesting, the law is spiritual. But I am carnal, sold under sin. That is Paul's problem. He starts to recognize that the law is good and spiritual, but he is what? Carnal, sold under sin. It is easy to say it is so. I can't do it because that's the way I am. What did Paul need here? To change the beliefs. 15. For that which I do, remember, which is to feel, think, and do. That which I do, I understand it not. There is a great incoherence right there. That which I do, I allow not, for I would, that do I not, but what I hate, that do I. Notice what type of an incoherence Paul has. He's got a great incoherence here, which could happen to any one of us. What is Paul's problem? His incoherence. How did Paul have to change this incoherence? Fix his belief, which was rather to understand that the law is our own guide. He fixed it in a different way. Right, of course, he fixed it. Paul would fix everything. And to enter into a coherence, we have to fix something. Either we adhere ourselves to one thing or eliminate it, and that's it, it's over. So then Paul says, precisely that which I want to do, I cannot. 16. If then I do that which I would not, I consent unto the law that it is good. Notice he places himself in the place of a victim. Paul is a victim. This is very important. I'm going to develop it later. Paul is the victim. Victim of what? Of his own body. He says, evil is in my members, says Paul. It is not my fault. I want to do the law which is spiritual, but I do not. I do that which I don't want to. I'm complete incoherent. So then, he places himself as victim. It is not my fault. Do you notice what he's saying? It's not my fault. I do that which I hate, and that which I want to do I cannot. But why? Because I am a victim, Paul says. Oh, poor thing of me. Who says poor thing of me? A brutal victim. Poor thing of me. Oh, poor me. He says, now then, it is no more I that do it. Notice the victim. It is not I. It is his fault. Whose fault? Of my body. It is your fault. Now then, it is no more I that do it, but sin that dwelleth in me. Accursed sin, that is the problem, not me. The problem that I have, he says, is the sin. What sin? The one that dwelleth in me, says Paul. Oh, but how cynical. Once you comprehend this, and you notice Paul's head, of course, he says, I'm an extreme sinner. I wish I could, but I can't. Why can I not? Because I am a victim of myself. Why? Because sin dwelleth in me. 18. For I know that in me, this is in my flesh, dwelleth no good thing. Wow, here you see the doctrine that's absolutely false of Paul's. Hammer came to show us that good dwelleth in us. The problem is I consciously is the problem. My beliefs that I place, that is my incoherence. And Paul, in fact, Paul demonstrates to us that our whole organism functions well, but I make it bad. My body's not against me. That it says, I don't want to work anymore. Oh, I'll give you cancer. No, it doesn't work that way. My liver will work well. My lungs also, my intestine as well. It'll all work well unless I dictate, now you're going to work wrong. But Paul puts everything backward. He's the victim of his body. His body, which evil dwelleth in it. Is that what modern medicine tells us? Is this what happened? Well, your liver is no good. It's genetic. Paul says, I have a genetic evil or not. Paul talks like a doctor. It is the problem that is in me. I wish I was a body transplant. That is my problem because my members, and he's about to mention them, my members precisely evil dwelleth. Wait, evil does not dwell in your members, Paul. It's in your beliefs. Your members will answer unto your beliefs. Always, always. Are you seeing this, or you think this is difficult? Okay, so then it says, and I know that in me, that is in my flesh, dwelleth no good thing. For to will is present with me. You liar! You liar! That's it, liar. But not to do it. What do you mean? The will is present in me, but not to do it. 19. For the good that I would not, I do not. But the evil which I would not, that I do. His incoherence is brutally clear here in his theology, because I understand that this is his whole theology. This is today's Christianity. 20. Now, if I do that, I would not. It is no more I, the victim says, but the sin that dwelleth in me. And we fix everything that way. So then I'll fornicate, I'll steal, I'll do all this evil, but it's not me, okay? Yeshua, it's not me. It's this piece of shit body you gave me. It's the genetic, the genes, the bad genes should have given me a good body, and I'd do good things, but evil dwelleth in my body, he says. 21. So then, when I would do good, I find this law. Evil is present with me, for I delight in the law. Who is the interior man according to man? I delight in the law of God after the inward man. His inward man, which is a lie. I delight in the law of God. That is a lie. He does not delight in the law of God. He hates the law of God. That's why his body hates the law of God. So then the interior man that he's talking about, that is a lie. It is an incoherence. But I see another law in my members. Where does he see that evil is? In his members. Precisely Hammer came to show us that our members are okay. I'm the incoherent one. But I see another law in my members, warring against the law of my mind. You think that the members rebel against the law of the mind? Hammer showed to us, and we understood it, that precisely our members follow the law of our mind. It's not that an organ gets affected, and then from that, my mind gets affected. It isn't so. First you have a DHS, and Paul has a huge one, a great incoherence, and he blames the member, just like member does. You have to cut that out, because Paul could he would cut everything out. He would not have healed anything. For in his mind is the problem, not in his members is the problem. He says, but I see another law of my members that rebels against the law of my mind, and that takes me captive. Poor Paul, he's captive to the law of sin, which is in my members. Paul defined that the law of sin resides where? In our members. That's why we're so sinful, because your sexual organ wants to rape everyone, wants to have sex with everyone. It's not your mind. It's your organ. If you could cut it off, you would not feel anything. So then, we notice that Paul Tarsus is a complete incoherent person, which we eliminated without even understanding this part back in 2012. But in the measure that we advance, we notice that really the guy was completely incoherent with an incoherent doctrine. That's why Christianity is so incoherent. Absolutely incoherent. If the founder was incoherent, what could we expect of the rest? So then he says that the sin is in our members. Oh, wretched man of me. Oh, poor thing, a victim. Paul's the victim. Oh, wretched man that I am. Oh, poor thing of me. Who shall deliver me from this body of sin? Precisely, Hummer tells us that the body comes to try to rescue our psyche. No, he says, my psyche's fine. My psyche is my inward man, my spirit, that's all fine. He says, the problem is my body. I want a hardware change, my software's fine, says Paul. That's a lie, absolutely a lie. I give thanks to God for Jesus Christ our Lord. So then with the mind, I myself serve the law of God. That's a complete lie. But with the flesh, the law of sin. You notice the type of incoherence that there is here. Well, here you have Christianity that's so stressed out. That's why they're so incoherent. Incoherent. Because their founder was an incoherent person. I found it to be something magnificent. That you may see this part of how Christianity and their founder Paul has this brutal incoherence, and the guilt is always of the members. That's why the body, that's why when Yeshua changes our members, we're not going to be sinners. Our mind will be pure and holy, and absolutely crazy is Paul. Paul would hate the Torah, and his body would reflect his hate towards the Torah. Very well. Exactly, that's why they lacerate themselves and punish themselves and all the rest, because mea culpa, I have to punish this body of death. Hey, but precisely, that's why we have the sacrifices. I'm going to sacrifice myself. We have to dominate this body. No, you have to dominate the mind. If you dominate the mind, you dominate the whole body. The scripture tells you that. Very well. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about biodecoding, which I found it to be I find it to be incredible too. I could talk hours and hours about this, but I'll sum it up. I told you that try to understand the best way possible. The best way possible. Okay, there are two states that we have to change in order to not be like Paul, which are the beliefs. And here come the beliefs. Pay a lot of attention. Watch this video over many times. Make a list. I don't want to write it because it'll take too much time. I'll give you an example. Everything that I'm going to mention, it'll be one by one and one by one. So then when you hear this subject, place there not duality on one side and duality on the other side. Because Paul was a clear example of duality. Because there are two men. Didn't he say? You see duality. The guy wants to do one thing, does another. That is what you call duality. Now we have to get to non-duality. Paul, duality, remember that. And we're all born dual. We're all dual. Up until now, we're dual. And there are things that we have to learn if you really want to go from duality to non-duality. We have to go from duality, from there being two ways of thinking in us, to only one way of thinking that is coherent. Okay, when we have duality, we're completely incoherent, like Paul of Tarsus. When there's non-duality, we're coherent, okay? Very well. So then, as long as I'm speaking, you'll be doing 2 columns on the video at home, and then you'll record it. Okay, let us go first to duality of how we are. I'll mention it first to all who are in the column that is dual, the duality. There you enter the false or the bad ego, also called a shadow. I'll explain it. First, I'll just tell you what to write. So then below duality, write false or bad ego or shadow. Separated. First point. Victims and victimaries. Guilt and punishment. Excuses. Lacks. Everyone starts to identify themselves here. Attachment. Sacrifice. That's in duality. Sacrifice. Control. Fear. Attack. Solitude. This is all together in one line. Fear, attack, solitude. Below that, conflict and sickness belonging to duality. The non-awareness of things. We could say little conscience, but I want to say non-awareness. We're completely unconscious. Now let's go to duality, where we have to get to. It is essence, or true ego. Below. United, connected. I'll explain. Below. Apprentices. Below. Responsible. Below. What for? A question. What for? Below. Abundance. Below. Detachment. Below. Self-love. And true self-love, mind you. Below. Not control. Below. Love. What that means is what we understand as love. Do not pay attention to the loves right now, what they really mean. Love. Below. Health and peace. And below, becoming aware. Very well. So then we have two columns here. We've got the non-duality and the duality. We are born and we generate and we practice and we develop a false or evil ego, which is our shadow. Never do we present ourselves the way we are, but rather we look for and we think, how would the other enjoy for me to present myself? Or how will I be accepted? If I show myself the way I really think, they won't accept me. If I go to a church and I hate a suit and tie and I don't wear it, they're going to tell me, and I wear shorts to church and something very fresh, relaxed, they're going to say, you don't belong here. I have to dress the way they dress, so then I'll be a false ego, which is not I, but I have to do it for whatever they might say. Or want to show myself, I want to conquer a girl, and I want to show myself very generous when I'm the opposite. Show a side of me that I'm very kind when I'm rather evil. I show myself that I am extremely sweet when I'm rather bitter. So then I make an effort to demonstrate what I'm not. That is the false ego, our shadow that we project all the time. When we relate with the people, we don't project what we are. We project what we think that it's the best image for us. That is the false ego, and as long as we practice the most, the more incoherent we'll be, because that which the people think about us, actually we know that we are not that. The rapist, priests, pedophiles, the pastors who throw themselves from a relationship with God only, and they know, and we know, that they're a complete piece of garbage. Sometimes we go to their houses and they mistreat their wives. They're evil people, fraudulent and thieves, but they show this holiness. Yeshua talks about that false ego when he told the Pharisees, says, what are you? Whitened graves. There you have it, whitened graves. But inside you have rotten bones inside. That is the false ego. They show something that's great, and within it's filth. So then, all human beings do that front. I'm so good, I'm so holy, I am a good father. Maybe you're the worst father. All that the human beings show outwardly, it's a false ego, and sometimes we use that false ego with ourselves. We get to believe something that we're not, that we are not. And even if they tell it to us, you're this and that, no, I'm not that, I'm like this and that. That, I'm like this and that is our shadow. It's not the true us, because we don't even know who we are really. Do you understand? Where do we have to go? To the non-duality, to the essence of us. to the true ego. What is the true ego? The true ego is to really what I am. That is what I present to the people. As long as I have as a belief the Torah, because if I'm a thief, then I don't have the Torah as a belief. Maybe I make the people believe that I believe in the Torah, but I really don't have the Torah as a belief. So then I present myself to the world as a great follower of the Torah, and that could be a piece of garbage entirely. So then that it's a great front, a whitened grave. Do you understand? What I've got to do is to really go and present my beliefs in what I really am. Because I could demonstrate the people, for example, very typical in all of you, that maybe not all of you, but maybe in some of you and most of you, you feel great because you understand everything, you're thankful with everything, but you don't accept tithes. For example, I don't have to give tithes. I receive everything free from above. Some people sometimes even write to me. I'm telling to you because they write to me. I'm not making anything up. People write to me, you should work and then speak to us on Shabbat. That is how a servant of Christ should really be, they say. Many times they've wrote that to me, go and work. Since as if everything that I give didn't have a price. For example, the people want to receive what's free, and to top it off, they make me go and work. Anybody that thinks that way, stop listening to me. Stop listening to me. Go and listen to someone that rather works. Because I work, but I can't say like no one else, but what I give, really, I need to live for what I give. If I were to work, I would not present everything. I would put my effort and my mind in something else. The last thing I would want is to come and teach something to you. There wouldn't be a reason to exist there. Absolutely. So then there is a great incoherence. I listen to Christian, but I could care less to give tithes or offering. Let him, deal with it, since everything is just great. I'll get whatever I want. And to top it off, I don't say anything and nobody fights with me because I were to say I don't give tithes. If those who would risk, I don't give tithes 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I don't give 1 peso, and I feel prideful of that, I dare you to do that. Obviously, you're not going to do that because you're going to be ashamed, which it would be most of you. There is a brutal incoherence there. I believe in this, but I don't do, and I don't want to demonstrate that I don't. Exactly. What they demonstrate is the contrary. The contrary. It is the nature with which we are born to be dual. That's what Paul was, the king of duality. What Paul was happening to him is that he had to go into the non-duality, to abandon that my inward man wanted to do this, I do something else, poor thing of me, an entire dual, 2 parts. So then, we've got to go back to our essence, to the true ego. What I show is what I am. If I am able to get that, I would be in perfect coherence with myself. I feel well with myself. You feel good with me if you appreciate what I am, because if you don't appreciate what I am, then what are you doing with me? Because if I were to show you a false figure of me, then you would appreciate that false figure, but not me. If you were to know me, you'd run away. That happens to everyone, you notice. So then, if you want to have true people that appreciate you, start to be non-dual. Be the way you are, authentic, the essence of yourselves. Very well, second point. There's a lot more to talk about this, but I want to make this short. Second point. In duality, we're born and we think we're separate. I am this and you're that. We're very separate. I am I. And that guy, let him get run over by a train. We don't notice that actually we are connected. In what aspect are we connected? In many more aspects than those that you could ever imagine or believe. For example, we're so connected that I attract what I need. I attract always what I need. So then, the woman will always complain about the husband, always, and the husband will always complain about the woman, always. Why? Because precisely he will see reflected in the mirror that is his husband something he doesn't like. Why did I marry this guy? If precisely I wanted the contrary, that is when we comprehend that there is a connection. The other guy comes to teach me what I need to learn. He will teach me. So then we've got, I don't know, the typical thing, that which is typical, absolutely, is cheating. Why did I marry a guy that cheats on me? I'm so faithful. I'm such a good person. What did I marry? And I gave him everything. And I give him everything. And this degenerate comes to cheat with the neighbor on me. That is unforgivable. There you have it. A great example of duality. Great one. Because that duality, it could be in another case, the same thing. She gave herself for her husband, everything, her whole being, and her husband cheated on her. She is destroyed, but her duality does not allow her to see that she is the cheater. One says, what do you mean she's the cheater? Yeah, she's the cheater. The one that deceives herself and betrays herself is she, because her husband only reflected something that she is. What did he reflect? That she betrayed herself by giving everything to her husband. The way she was saying, I gave you everything, everything. I sacrificed myself for you. That sacrifice for the person is something egotistical. Because who did she sacrifice for the person? Herself. She betrayed herself. I want you, if you don't understand it, try to listen to it over many times. When I give myself everything, 100%, everything, it's like everything, to do everything for that person, I'll assure you from now, it's complete disaster, because that sacrifice that I'm doing for that person never, ever will be rewarded in the way that I believe that I should be rewarded. So then maybe they don't cheat on me, but they should not treat me the way I wanted because I gave them everything. And we do that with our children. I killed myself working for you. I sacrificed myself to not go up to a place by myself or your mother, anything, just to pay for your studies. And now you're like this. I sent you to college and you went to work. I cannot understand, he says. So many years of sacrifice, he says. It happens to everyone. Because they sacrifice themselves for their children. They don't notice that the act itself of sacrifice for the others, it's an egotistical act entirely. I know you can't understand this easily, but what do you mean he's a good person? No, he's not a good person. That causes them pleasure, and they betray their own being, because Elohim didn't place you here to be sacrificed one for another. Who teaches that? Paul teaches that. I know that Yeshua said the one that he gives himself, his life for others, but he's applying something else. I understand it. But the sacrifice for the other, who teaches that? Christianity teaches that. So then he teaches ourselves to sacrifice ourselves for our husbands, for our wives, for our children, for our friends, because you are a brother in the congregation. I have to have him in my house. It's a sacrifice. I have to help him, because or else I'm not a good Christian, the Christians say. So then that sacrifice, they don't notice, that will bring them complete incoherence. You are the ones who really betrayed yourselves, because you gave yourselves for another person, something that you should not do, but rather you should give yourselves. Love your neighbor the way you love yourself. If you don't love yourself, nobody will love you. No one can love you if you do not learn to love yourself. If the quota of your love towards yourself is not the quota to make you happy, then you'll require for people to love me. I want people to love me. I want my husband to love me. A woman says, I want a woman that loves me. No, hold on, you're wrong. Don't get married to be loved. Don't get married. The first thing, you got to love yourself. To love yourself entirely. When you need the love of another, it is because you yourself don't love you enough. When you love yourself enough, then you will learn, barely then, to receive the love from others and give love. No one can actually really give love if they don't love yourself. Yeshua said so. Love your neighbor as thyself. He didn't say love your neighbor more than yourself. Love your neighbor and hate yourself. Is that what Yeshua said? When I sacrifice myself for others, I'm applying it like this. I love my neighbor and I hate myself. So since I hate myself, then I act that I sacrifice for someone, for him, expecting for him to give me something. When he doesn't give it to me, how do I feel? Even worse. And I start to blame. I saw you. You degenerate. I gave you. The children, I gave you everything. I wanted you to be a doctor, a great surgeon, and you turned out to be what? One from the new medicine? I gave you everything. You turned out to be a heretic. An Adventist pastor could be, I gave you everything. With Ellen G. White, I would read Paul to you. And you abandoned the church, I gave you everything. You notice? They believe that that is true love, and it's not. It's not. We're in duality. When I make a sacrifice for someone, I've entered into duality. I want you to comprehend it. If you don't, then continue to be in incoherence. Everyone has to decide in what will they enter. So then, actually, we're not separate. We're connected. Because really, in order for me to be able to love you, I have to love myself first. I have to love myself. So then there is a connection. Not just that. The brain works at a speed that does not exist in all the computers of the world that can imitate a brain. The brain, when they see a person, they analyze them from top to bottom. All the phases and forms, the eyes, the gaze, subconsciously, their smell. They analyze the color and the wave that is seen, the aura, which they say that exists, an energy of the individual, analyzes the voice, analyzes everything, and all of a sudden says, oh, I'm falling in love with that guy, says the girl. And I don't even know why. You don't know that your brain analyzed entirely that person, but so deep that we would not even understand it enough to explain it. Analyzed it so much that he noticed that he was an unfaithful just with the gaze, because we're connected. And he said, fall in love with this guy. And the person and everybody that I fall in love with, a girl could say, he's unfaithful to me, because you choose them. Who chooses them? My subconscious. They choose what I need. They choose what I need. So then one says, I want to marry someone that does not yell at me, and I look and I see some guys that don't yell, and I choose that. My subconscious know that they really do is yell. And then, why did I marry this guy? He wasn't this way. He says, you have changed. Everyone says, you've changed. You'll hear that everywhere. When I got married to you, you weren't this way. You weren't, when we were going out, you weren't like this. It's not just 1 month, and they want to send them back. They go from love to hate violently. It's like the biphasic law. Immediately, they have a DHS of love, and they get to conflictolysis, and then there's no more love. And they say, why did I fall in love? That's not love. That's the thing. No first-hand love is love. We have to understand this. It's too long. I won't explain it. But that acceleration of the heart, that urge of being with that person, the subconscious mind dictates that to you, and you don't think it over because they know that you need that person to cure yourself. You need it. That's why you have love. And then there's rejection. I can't even see that person. I can't even see them. No, they don't cause anything to me. It's your subconscious says, no, that's not the person. So then two people get together, they meet each other, and that there's love at first sight. Hold on. Love at first sight? Or the subconscious minds of both met themselves and said, you guys need each other. You found yourselves right there. And when you discover that you're really different, you're going to discover whether you really are conscious and your conscience awakens inside that everyone needs the other. Because everyone has to cure another. So then a person gets married that loves to spend with one that doesn't. It's so stingy. That's the way it is. And looks at him, oh, what a stingy bastard. How did I marry this guy? And then the other woman wants to spend a lot. They need each other. Absolutely need each other. And in every aspect in this life, in all aspects, they need each other. If we know and we learn how to cure, all the problems get fixed. But we are united. We're not separated. In duality, always, for someone to blame you, or even to me, I'm in duality. When there is a victim and I am the victim, like we see in Paul, oh, poor thing of me, who could take this body of death away from me, my damn organs, Paul says, the evil is there. So then we blame something, we're in duality. It is your fault. I married you and it is your fault. My mom, it is your fault. You abandoned me. That's why I'm so sad. It's your fault. I was born in a poor home. It is your fault. And it says, and you died, Mom. It is your fault. I'd be another person if you had not died. So then the blame is always on someone else. And we also blame other things that a lot of you went through. It is your fault that you raped me, for example. It is your fault you raped me and you destroyed me. Now I'm worthless. Not even for myself or anyone. I was destroyed. It is your fault. You would move from one home to another. It's always someone else's fault, not me. It says, if you had called me pretty instead of fat. Exactly. You called me fat. It's your fault. Oh, my loss of value is your fault. I believed it when you called me fat. Now I'm so fat. I believe it. To top it off, I am fat. Then what is my worth? Nothing. But it's your fault because you should have called me skinny. Whose fault is it? The other guy's fault. The sin that dwells in me. That's why I read it to you. That is what it is called to be in duality. And also being the victim. We also blame ourselves. If I had studied, if I had learned French, what difficult was it to learn? I don't know. If I had stole this or that, I would not have ended up in jail, for example. If I had not chosen you to get married, it could also be. If I had gotten married with that girlfriend that I had there and then I let her go, what an idiot in me. That is always the blame. I could have it, or the other guy, or everyone. It's everyone's fault, and it's the victim and also the one blaming others. It's Trump's fault. It's NASA's fault. If we were to live in a place where the NASA were to say the truth, I'd be so happy. You notice? That's where you start to see a glimpse that there's incoherence, because I could care less what the NASA says. In fact, now I look at them and I feel sorry for them, but I don't blame them. Why would I blame them if I don't believe in what they present? Why should I blame them? Let them deceive others. They want to be deceived, that's fine. But me, for them to be a pope, Pope Francis, why should I blame him? Of my problems, I can't blame him with my problems. So then, we've got to stop being victims in every aspect. Stop it. Forget it. Every time you blame someone, you already know you're being the victim. You want to come out of that incoherence. Remember Paul when it says, poor thing of me, poor thing of me. Remember, poor thing of me. Remember Paul. It's enough about poor thing of me. How do we have to think in every situation that we see with the urge of wanting to blame others? Because you. No. We are apprentices. We come here to learn. And what the other does to me is something that I have to learn. That's the way it is, as simple as that. What the other did to me, I have to learn. To learn to do what? To learn to not be, and to blame the others, and to learn that what they did to me is something that I do myself. If somebody steals from me, it's because I'm stealing myself somewhere myself, and it bothers me. In every aspect, this happens, but you have to stop being victims and be apprentices. This happened to me. What I have to learn? What I have to learn? And here comes precisely the guilt and the punishment. Second point of duality below, because duality, when one becomes a victim, they blame others, and then afterwards, you deserve this. Mom or dad or my sister or friend did this to me. You are the victim. The victim. Then it is your fault. We always blame others. The parents are specialists in this. It's your fault. The children also blame their parents. It is your fault the way I am. We always blame. The day that we stop blaming others and we demand a punishment, then we shall learn to be responsible that everything that happens to us in our lives, it happens to us so that we learn. Give or take, are you understanding this? I could talk to you a lot about this, but I want you to understand that we go from being a victim to apprentice. Let's see, what is this good for? What do I have to learn to be responsible in so that I comprehend this? The what for? In the non-duality, we've always got to ask ourselves, why did this happen to me? Instead of giving excuses. Excuses are, well, I am, like Paul is given nothing but excuses. Why am I a sinner? He says, because my members. That's the excuse. What is the problem? My members. If I didn't have these members, I would not be the way I am. Paul says, my members, the evil in my members, that is the excuse. We always have a perfect excuse. Why don't you give tithes? Because I don't have enough. I would give it, blah, blah, blah. I don't have it. So then precisely, the excuse, we explain everything with the excuse. Why are you a womanizer? Because I have needs that I cannot resist within me. Why are you, let's see, covetous? Well, I don't have anything, and the neighbor and the rest, they always have new things. And now he has a new truck and has a pretty woman, and I married a nasty one, and then this piece of crap garbage. There you have it. There's the excuse. The other guy is better than I am. The other guy is worse than I am. It's all, every comparison with the other is duality. I didn't write it, but the comparison is dual. When I compare myself with the other, I've already committed a dual problem, because there is no comparison between two human beings. There isn't. We're unique, complete unique, and irreversible. Once we comprehend that, there's no more comparison. The other guy can play better tennis than I do. I accept it. I congratulate him. I don't compare myself. I wish I could play like he does. I'm already comparing myself with him, and I go into a competition with him. Every comparison that the husbands are specialists in this. The husbands say, if you were like that other wife that I had, you see, you're a bitch. You call me all kinds of things. There's a comparison. Then the mother-in-law, because the greatest problem is the mother of the son, and competes with the daughter-in-law. So then the mother of the son comes and tastes something of the daughter-in-law. Says, oh yeah, that's good, but oh, if you could only remember. You remember, son, when I would make that to you? This one is kind of like, I don't know, that, because the mothers-in-law are evil like that, because they're incoherent, because they are dual. They keep and retain their son, and they see the daughter-in-law as a competition unless they enter into the non-duality. A non-dual mother-in-law sees her daughter-in-law like a new daughter entirely and loves her so much like she loves him. But when you see that they start to compete for her, for the son, then precisely right there you have an entire duality. Very well, so then every time we have an excuse, if I were to be born in the US of A, but I was born in this piece of shit country of Venezuela, of course, if I were to live in Venezuela and if I was a little wider, if I was a little taller, but I was so short and always had that problem that people tell me, oh, you're so short, are you gonna grow someday? Says I have all that drama within me, and if I'm fatter, he says, oh, but then stop with the ravioli, and the people are always comparing you and putting you into a category. So then if I were skinnier, whiter, blacker, or in another country, always the excuse. There's no excuses. What you had to live is what you had to live, period. Always there's a what for. Why was I made so short? There's a reason. One is so that you learn, the other was so that you enjoy being that way, and there's always a reason. Why was I made so ugly? There's a reason. I have to learn that there's no beauty or ugly people. It's precisely an illusion. Beauty is an illusion. It's an illusion. I was taught that women, the most beautiful and thin ones I had to be, then they turned out to be all men. So then he says, what? Angelina Jolie, a man? Yeah, they're all males. What do you mean they were born a man? Yeah, just look at her well, and then you'll see they were very much men, very much male. But I mean, she's pregnant. Yeah, we also got to the moon, idiot. But I saw it. Were you there? No, you weren't in the delivery room. And that's how I can tell you a whole quantity of stories about this. So then, there's no excuse. We've got the great opportunity of being born on this earth. Fat, skinny, pretty, ugly, black, white, Mexican, Argentinian, American, no matter where you're born, you're unique. You're unique and face to whatever everyone else has to face. The rich, the poor, the cute, the ugly. You've got to get your own path in life, and you have to learn to get into the non-duality. Now we go to abundance and slack thereof. Those in abundance always need something. They always, they don't have anything extra, but they all need something. If I could have more money, if I could save some money, if I had a better car than this, he's always going to need something when he buys us that, and if I had, there is always lack, because lack is here. No matter if he has everything, lack is here. In the dual mind, there's abundance of everything, because if precisely what? In the non-duality is abundance. Okay, correct what I'm saying. In the duality, you have lack thereof. I always need. I don't give here. I need time. If I had more, that is all duality. In the non-duality, there's abundance of everything. What do you need? Nothing. I don't need anything. I have everything. I have absolutely everything. Now, when I look at it that way, everything that I will need starts to come to me. But once I feel the need of having everything, nothing comes ever. It comes by the drop. When I have an abundant mind, then I can receive abundant things. As long as my mind is of lack, then the only thing I'll get is lack, because I bring what I feel. When I feel that I need things and that I'm a poor wretched, that I never get up from the ground. I'll never get up off the ground. When I learn to fly and I feel that I can fly, I will fly. As long as I think that I'm on the ground, I won't get out of it. Who's going to take me out of the ground? No one. Absolutely no one. So then, on the major part, money, believe it or not, and this is a proven fact. I don't want to delay here too much, but I'll mention it. Money, poor people actually, who are absolutely demonstrated that they cannot have money. They wish they had money, but in their mind of lack, they cannot handle money. So then when a poor person receives money, they spend it all quickly because they feel absolutely bad, not at a conscious level, but at a subconscious level with money, because they have a lacking mind, they're not happy with money. So then if a guy receives, I don't know, a reward, it's most likely that it'll ruin him, and he'll spend it all, and he'll go back to lacking everything. Somebody that plays soccer, once he spends everything, he'll go back to lacking. When you have to have an abundant mind. With an abundant mind, you can handle money because your mind is abundant, completely abundant. Very well. I can talk to you a lot about that, but there's no need. It's not today's subject. Now let's go to disattachment. This is crucial. That rather hits us all right here. Detachment. Why? Because in duality, you have attachment. What is attachment? Let us begin. Attachment to the name of my family. My family. You know what family means? My family. My country. My culture. Everything mine. My culture. I'd have to be crazy to stop loving that flag because I am attached to it. This is all about attachment. Then I have my personality. So then we start to get attached to things. When we have children, my character, my culture, my way of thinking, all that is attachment. We don't want to let it go. My soccer team, I'm capable of killing because of my soccer team or dying for my soccer team. Crazy things like that because I have something that I say that it's mine and I can't let it go because it's mine. This happens to all of us. When the children come, it's my children. And we don't want to ever let them go. My children. What happens with the couple? That is my couple. If they do something against me, then I'll suffer because I don't want to absolutely let anything go. What does it mean? Attachment is not, I do not accept not having, for example, I do not accept not having this. I don't accept letting this go. I do not accept it. Who of you would accept to let go your nationality? I don't think anyone would. To stop saying from now on, I'm no longer Guatemalan. I'm not Salvadorian. I'm not Argentinian. I'm not Argentinian. I could care less about Argentinians. I'm not Argentinian. But if you were to burn the flag, would you feel anything? Oh, if you feel something, it's because you're still attached. If I had grabbed the Salvadorian flag and I spit on it and I burn it, if you're attached to it, you're already angry right now. You got your red head right now. Or if I got a Colombian flag and I start to kick it and stomp on it and I say, this is garbage. And then after that, I burn in it. And then there's no toilet paper. We grab the American flag. The American flag, so pretty. And we cut it up and we use it for toilet paper. If we can't do anything of that, it's because there's what? There's an attachment of symbols of what? Of the patriotic symbols. The patriotic symbols. There's an attachment. Very well. So then, what do we have to get to? To a non-duality. In the non-duality, you have the de-attachment. The detachment. And here is where all the heart attacks enter into the attachment. At this house, they took it out. Heart attack. Why? Because it's all a loss of territory. All territory losses are where? In attachment, because I'm attached to a job and they took it out, a profession and they took it out, a title, I'm the doctor, I'm the pastor, I'm the licensee or whatever. Or I have, what do I have? A house, a field, and they lost it, they stole it to me, a heart attack right away. So then I have a car and it burned. And I lost it all. So then if I cannot get past the detachment, I'll have a heart attack or at least some chest pains. In conflict of loss in territory. Yeshua said to not what? For us to not have what here? No possession here on earth. He said, get your possessions where? In heaven. Where no one can steal them. Because if we are attached to something, attached to whatever, what will happen? we're going to lose it without any room for doubt. So then we've got to exercise detachment, which is, we could say, I wish I had something, but if I don't have it, I accept it. I wish I had, yes, of course, I wish I had a new pickup truck. I don't have it, I accept it. I'm not attached to that tremendous wish. Renounce. I have a son, I let him go. Let him be whatever he wants. No, I have plans for my children. I want them to live with me here. I want them to have my company. I want them to have this title, whatever. Exercise detachment. What do you want to do? I don't want to be anything that, okay, that's fine. He doesn't want to do anything, that's fine. You're going to have to look something to work in. There's a lot of options. You can have McDonald's or Walmart, Target, or if you want to study something, tell me. I'll pay your studies, but if you want to, I'm not going to obligate you. Not in the very least, you're going to choose. That is detachment. Detachment. Oh, this turned off on us. It's so interesting. The subject is, and one of our lights went out. Very well, so then, detachment is renouncement. Detachment to our goods, our assets, to our children, money. Detachment to the I am. That I am that is not used well. I feel proud of what I have or what I am. I'm a doctor, for example. I am a pastor, and I cannot understand the truth because that would be equivalent to losing my title. Do you see? So then, since that would be equivalent to losing the title, or if I'm a doctor in medicine, to understand this and to present it, not the shadow, but directly, to present it, what would it happen? What would happen is to lose the title. And I'm not willing to lose the title. I'm not willing to go into detachment. Do you understand what detachment is now? Everything, everyone, all the cancers, the breast cancers in women that are elderly, that their children already left their house, or are at least older, they come because they are attached to their children. The attachment brings cancer. Attachment brings heart attacks. Always. Attachment brings cancer in the stomach, intestine, stomach, in both. Because if I am attached to something and they defrauded me, I said, oh, they really stole that from me. It was my own brother that stole it from me. That'll bring me a cancer. If I were to say, oh, I could care less about this, I'll renounce to that. I'll get detached from that. What happens? There's no cancer. So then attachment of duality will make me sick brutally. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's a lot more, but we'll move on. Self-love. In the non-duality, I have to have self-love. And I talked about this, to love myself above all things. What did I say? Why is it? Am I going to say something? Yes, love myself above all things in order to be able to love my neighbor actually, and so that my neighbor can love me really. So then I have to love myself. If I do not love myself, I'll never be happy, because if I need that love that I have to give myself, when I expect someone to give it to me and he doesn't give it to me, I'll get sick and I'll blame them. You don't love me. Every time you hear in the marriage thing is because you don't love me. They're expressing my very little love for myself. You don't love me. Why? Because you don't take me out. You don't bring me flowers. You don't love me anymore. If a woman or a man says that, it's because they've got a great problem of self-love. They don't love themselves, and they need to fill that love from that void from the other. Do you understand what I'm saying? If a person loves themselves entirely, they're not begging for love. When you beg for love, you love me. Do you love me? Oh, I love you because you love me. What do you mean I love you because you love me? Absolutely. I love myself above all things. And then afterwards, with that love, since I love myself, then I can pour my love out on someone else. I cannot give someone something that I do not have. Comprehend it. It's as if I were to say, I'm going to help you with money. Do you have it in your account? No, I don't have a peso. I'm going to go and steal. So then how can I help you? How can I help you if I don't have money myself? I have to have money extra to be able to help you. I have to have extra love towards myself in order for me to be able to love. Because when a person looks for love, listen. They look for love, it is because they are thirsty of love. A love that should come from that person herself or himself, towards himself or herself, and to feel whole with oneself. And then after that, I can have a relationship with someone else. So then I'll have a pure relationship with someone else, not depending on someone. When it's depending on someone, do you love me? Do you love me enough? Are you sure you love me? Very well. Did you understand this? I have to love myself. In the contrary, in duality, it's sacrifice. That's the contrary to self-love. In order for the other person to love me, I sacrifice myself for the other. Because since he doesn't love me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to sacrifice myself for the other. So then, when I do not receive what I want to receive, I'm going to blame him. I'm going to say, I gave you all my love, and you don't love me in the way that I love you. There's the problems of almost all human beings. Blaming, sacrifice. I'm going to do this grave sacrifice for you. No, don't do any sacrifice for me. When one says, no, you don't sacrifice yourself. Give me whatever you want if you want to give it to me, but do not get a sacrifice, because I'm not going to give you back that sacrifice. The only way of returning a sacrifice is for the other person to sacrifice himself for that other person. So then we go into the line of sacrifices, and we end up as in the temple of Yahweh. Everything is a sacrifice. Let us sacrifice. And then Abraham comes and he wants to sacrifice his son. Do you see? I want to get you to that point. I'll take you there, but start thinking. Sacrifice does not take us anywhere, a sacrifice. The sacrifice is that I am begging for love, because I'm going to sacrifice myself for you so that you love me. There you have a good sacrifice, because in such a way did Yahweh Elohim love the world that he sacrificed his own son, so that whosoever loved him would have eternal life and not perish. There you have a sacrifice to beg for love. But I'm about to explain it. Right at this, you might be shocked already. I'm about to explain it. You see, there's a sacrifice there. In order to love Yahweh, it's nothing but sacrifice. How do I get the pardoning of my sins? By sacrifice. Here I come, Yahweh, with this little lamb. We saw it this week, a sacrifice for you, this sacrifice for you, so you forgive me. So then I make a sacrifice for the person, for Yahweh, for him to forgive me. Do you see what it is? Well, that's duality. We have to enter into self-love, to love ourselves. If I love myself, I don't need you to make any sacrifice for me, okay? If you want to help me, my parents want to help me, that's perfect. But do not expect anything in return. And never tell me, I sacrificed myself for you, because the only thing that will get damaged is you, not me. Because I'm not going to sacrifice myself for you. No, I cannot sacrifice myself for you. Because I have to have enough self-love in order to not sacrifice myself for you. Do you understand? Okay. Maybe you're not understanding, but we have to advance. In the non-duality, the non-control exists. I do not control things. Trying to control what everybody else does. That's why I have high blood pressure, and because I'm thinking, what is he doing? No, you're doing this wrong. What is he doing? No, you're writing here. Oh, you celebrated Christmas. I saw a picture there in Christmas. What were you doing there? So then I'm controlling on a permanent basis. I saw a Coca-Cola in your hands, or was it beer with alcohol? You see that Christians do not drink alcohol, so then I'm trying to control everything. That is precisely duality. Duality is in control what the government does. The government wants to control whatever you do inside your house. It's complete duality. Now, what are we? The same. We have to control everything. We control our children. What did you have there in your bag? Let's see if you don't have porn, for example. Let's see. What are you doing there? What are you touching? What did you see? It's immediate control. I have to be checking for bad companies to not come in. Control. We don't let our children breathe. Our children, they're more rebellious than ever. A lot more. Because aside from that, they are dual just like us. Do not exercise control over them. Now, teaching and education, of course, I'm talking about control like the government does. There are parents that even have cameras for their children to see what they're doing. And then they, in the computer, they put things to see what they're viewing in the computer the whole time. What did you do? What did you do? This smells like cigarette here. What did you do? It's all the control. Very well. You can talk about control a lot, but just so you start seeing, in the non-duality, we have love, authentic love, not forced love, not sacrifice, love. When I sacrifice myself for someone or for you, that is not love. That is egotistical, egotism, not love. True love does not make sacrifices. True love gives you what it has to give you without sacrifice. Are you following? Contrary to love in duality is not hate like you think. That's not the contrary to love. It's fear. Fear. Fear begets always violence or attack. And the attack always begets solitude. So then, love is the contrary to fear, to violence, and to solitude, those three. It's just that I'll repeat again, when you have fear, you beget an attack. An animal's never going to attack you unless they're fearful, unless it's an animal looking for something to eat. But an animal doesn't attack to eat, but out of fear, because thinks you're going to attack it. So then out of fear, they attack you. We're the same way. Out of fear, we attack. And when we attack, we're alone. But of course, if I attack my wife, I'm going to end up alone. If I attack all my friends, how am I going to end up? Alone. If I fear my friends that they're going to steal from me, I attack them, well, then I'm going to end up alone. So then contrary to love is fear. Always remember this. If you have fears, contrary to love, it's just that love begets attack, violence, and solitude. So then we could also say that the contrary to love is solitude. That's why we look for people out of solitude. I am alone. What am I looking for? Love. And why is he looking for love? Because I'm alone. Because I want to give love. I want to receive love. That is perfectly well. What I should not do is to give that which I do not have. I have to love myself first in order to look for. If I am a girl or a boy and I'm desperate to be loved, that is not the reason to look for a couple. First, you have to love yourself and to look for someone that really, you see that there is a communion where you see that there's going to be love on both sides without sacrifices. Do you understand this? Very well. Very well. So then love, fear, solitude, attack, you already know. Love is non-duality. In duality, there's always fear, there's an attack, and we're alone. Typical. In the non-duality, we have health and peace. What is health? Not to have to be on a constant basis in a biological SBS. That's what I would call health. And peace is the peace that Yeshua is the only one that can give that. I give you my peace, a peace that the world cannot give. That peace about feeling well with yourself. And if I don't love myself, I'll never feel well. Never. If I don't learn to love myself, I cannot feel well. I need another person to be telling me, I love you, in order for me to feel well. When they don't say, they don't tell me that they love me, I feel bad. Why? Because you're not telling me that you love me because you don't love me. That is the problem. No, the problem is that I don't love myself. You understand? Okay. So then, health and peace come only from one person that loves himself. And don't confuse this with what you can think that it is not egotism. It's to love oneself is not egotism. No, because egotism, I'm not connected with everyone. Egotism, it's not applied in this aspect. To love myself in order to give love to the rest. Like Yeshua said, love your neighbor as thyself. I cannot love my neighbor unless I love myself. Very well. Contrary to health and peace, if I'm in duality, there's going to be a conflict and sickness, obviously. I'm sick, I'm in duality. I'm in a conflict, I'm in duality. To go into the non-duality, I have to have health and peace. The last point that sums everything up, when I am in the duality, I don't have conscience of anything that goes on. I don't have any conscience. When I'm in duality, I think that the world is a globe, it spins, medicine is the best thing, the other guy's to blame, I need everything. Actually, I'm a victim. I have excuses for everything that I do wrong. I have excuses. It's not my evil, but the one that is in my members. I need everything, and I own this and this and that. And really, I have a great sacrifice for others. That is complete duality. There's no conscience of everything. When we're conscious, we really know ourselves the way we are, how our essence is. The true ego, that is what we project, not a false image. We are united with the rest because we have love to give. We're apprentices in everything that happens to us. We learn it as, what is this happening to us? I take responsibility for the things that happen to us because they come with a sense in order to teach me. So then my worst enemy or my family member that I hate so much or whatever becomes my best teacher. Everything that happens to me in life comes to me in order to be my best teacher. I feel that I live in an abundant world. I don't need anything. I'm not attached to anything. Nothing. I leave it, let it be free. I don't hold on to things. All my things, I have them in heaven, like Yeshua said. That's where my treasure is. I don't have any treasure still. I have my children, I let them go. I have my wife, I let her go. And I let her be the way she wants to be. I have a husband, I let him go, and I let him be the way he wants. Jealousy comes from duality. That's where you get jealousy. I have a lot of self-love. I love myself the way I am. I love myself and I accept myself, and I'm happy the way I am. If I am in the non-duality, I don't take control over anyone on this life. Maybe I have the greatest control over myself, but not over the rest. I don't take control. I love myself and I can give love. I am in perfect health and I have inward peace. When we achieve this, we get to the non-duality. Very well, did you understand all of this perfectly well? We go to another subject. We live in the time of cancer like it's never lived before. Years ago, cancer almost didn't even exist. Nobody talked about cancer. Now the statistics, they started to say, and I don't have them here by memory, I'll give them to you, give or take. They don't have to be precise. In the 30s, there was one cancer problem every 1,000 people. I think something like that. In the 50s, there was 10 every 1,000. In the 70s, there was 100 every 1,000. And now they say that it's 2 out of every 3. What happens? Well, what happens is that we're complete dualistic people, but there are things that accelerate it, these programs, and I'll enumerate them, so that you become conscious, because if before cancer did not exist, and now there's a lot of cancer, what are we doing in this society that generates cancer? What are we doing? Oh, the food, and that's a victim. The food you gave me cancer, the victim says. The air and everything that you sprayed on me, the victim says. We become a victim. They're spraying on me. They give me this. They make me eat this and that. That's fine. They do all that so that you become conscious. So you become conscious. But cancer does not come from that. Cancer was produced by you, of course. We always take Paul's example. Don't ever forget about Paul. Paul blames everything. You see what type of a victim Paul was? Completely a dual being. He says, I have an inward man that follows the law of Yahweh, and then my inner members follow the law of sin. That is being dual, absolutely dual. Okay, point number 1. These points, I started to write them, but don't write them. I'm just going to mention them. I'm not even going to mention them. I have how many? 16 points. Wow, 16 points. I'm going to go really quickly. because the subject that I want to develop today comes up ahead. We live very different to other times, as I've already said, but this is the time of incoherence that's generalized. And when there's more incoherence, there's more cancer. That's why there's so much cancer. Women, first incoherence. They made us eat the story about feminism. Who made us believe that story about feminism? Women? No, not the women. We're talking about those who guide us, the dragon. The dragon made the woman. Oh, poor woman. I'll say this quickly. Poor woman. Made her eat the story that she was being used and mistreated, and made her eat the story that she actually had to be the same as the man, when the woman and the man could never be the same, because we think in different ways. Elohim did not make us the same, so we're different. But the dragon comes and makes him believe that the woman has to be the same just like the man. Not just that, takes her from her biological surrounding, which should be the house, and makes her believe that she can and must work in the works of a man. So it says you have to become realized. A woman is a doctor woman, and if she becomes a president of a country, wow, really? You got to your climax of being a woman. There's nothing more false than that. Absolutely, there's nothing more false than that. Poor women. If before they thought they were being used, now they're completely being used because they changed the model on her, the natural one. Notice that I'm talking about why there's so much cancer now. I want you to understand. They changed the natural model of the poor woman, being the queen of her house, to do whatever she wants at home. And if she had free time, to not do anything if she didn't want to, because the woman is always working. And took her out from there and made her believe that she had to compete with men, because that's what they made her do, go out and compete. So then when she starts competing with men and to demand the woman who has the best quality than women, because the women has a lot more things than men, of course she started to compete with men, and there's no better cashiers of women or a manager like a woman. Women are more efficient, more cold in certain things, and doesn't waste so much time like men, believe it or not. So then whatever the man learns from the man and to compete will run men out to the street. That makes hate. Men hate women, they're saying, because biologically she's out of place. But when she does a work better than men, more efficient, doesn't know that she became a slave of the system. Men, that we were slaves of the system. In order to not be a slave, you have to have your own business in your own business place, in your own field, and in your own property, not even to go out and work. Okay, that is what Yahweh made for men. But now women are submitted. They made them believe that in order to be a woman, you have to study. You have to go out and work outside, but you have to also be a mother, because the only one that brings life to the world doesn't work like a mother, then there's no human race. So then it says you have to do all that just like a man. And when you get home, you have to be a mother also. And you have to do all the homework also. So then the woman saw her task triplified, the responsibility of competing with a man, and also from building her house. Then you leave men taking care of the children, and the woman goes on work. All this starts the kingdom of incoherence. That's why there's so much cancer. What happens? The children, when they don't have the mother, they become more incoherent than ever, because the children have to be with the mother only. Now the mother leaves them at a daycare. That's complete incoherence. So then it's all incoherence after another. And this octopus that is the government, they make it so difficult that if the mother doesn't work, then it's not enough with the dad's wages. So the woman has to work by need, and the woman outside, and the woman inside. Nobody helps. The husband doesn't help her in that. She has to do all the work. So then she does all that work. And to top it off, they made her the power of divorce. Why did they give her the power of divorce? You might think I'm crazy. They made the woman think that if the man snores a lot, she can get divorced. If the husband doesn't tell her he loves her, she can get divorced, because there are reasons to get divorced when there's physical abuse. But they taught her, you don't like your husband? Let's get divorced. You're free to get divorced and to have sex with whomever. They destroyed the woman completely. Why? Because they made her believe. They have it in her beliefs. Because when she doesn't find you attractive, she'll give you divorce. So then the woman takes all the children that she had with him, who was a good guy, but the woman never understood that she was completely dual. Do you understand? So then the matrimonies are destroyed. The woman has to look for some other guy, bring some other guy to those children, or else she has to work outside and leave the children with the mother, the aunt, with the cousin, whomever. And so then society is so destroyed that you say, wow, this is the result of feminism. Yes, sir. This is the result of feminism. They got the woman outside of the home. They made her believe that she needed to work, which is garbage. I wish I didn't have to work outside. Not a minute. You have the right, they say, the right of being a slave. You have the right of competing with the male. So then they gave her that responsibility of the pure woman. They teach her from little, you have to study. What are you going to study? Before they didn't ask the girls, what are you going to study? She was going to be a mother. She was going to look for a macho to feed her, and she would be the queen of her home. Now she's not the queen of her home. Now she has to go outside, compete with the males, the machos, and also be the queen of the house, and then leave all those children that she brought to the world. So then women, even pregnant, even the last month of pregnancy, she has to work. They give you 2-3 months off so that you stop in order to give birth, to have the kids, and then back to work. Because you need to work. Because you need to pay for the TV, the house, the water, the light. You have to buy everything. She says, oh, I feel the best. Like they made you a slave. They don't see it because they're in entire duality and you're hypnotized. A woman that's realized does not work for anyone. A woman that is whole does not go out to work for anyone. A woman that's whole does not give service to no one except to her husband. A woman that is whole does not have to earn a cent. That's why you have the machos, to earn the cents. But what did the machos do? Because they're so degenerates, they made her believe that she also had the obligation of earning. But how? But of course, no one who says you're a slave going to work. No, not that. Let's tell her you want to feel whole, or else you're a pure, just a poor, stupid housewife. And now it's a housewife. It's something that sounds awful. What are you? Oh, what are you? I'm a doctor, a lawyer, a secretary. I'm a politician. Oh, shit. The woman, they made them believe a story and made them become slaves. So then all of feminism is it's a piece of garbage. But I'm saying an enslaving piece of garbage, because to top it off, women think that they are something when they have a title and compete with a man. When they themselves, they denigrate themselves. It's more important, a lot more important, the task of a woman as a human, it's more important than of man's, because Yahweh, the creator of it all, he came not to a man, but where? To a woman. The woman brings life. The woman is the one that has to bring up and give love to her children. That is precisely what was attacked. Look, Yahweh didn't come to Joseph, was not born of Joseph, but of Mary. He used only one human being, a woman. So then life comes through a woman. When we reject the work of a woman at home and make her a queen, actually, we have made a great mistake to nature itself and made the woman believe that she can be a doctor. Of course she can be a doctor. She could be the best doctor in the world. And every work that she does it better than men. I tell it to you up front, because she has more capacity than men. Whether you like it, whether we like it or not, she has a lot more capacity. But from that because she has capacity that she must do it, that's the problem. Very well. I think that I got way too far into the second point. See, that's the problem with cancer. Do you notice? Did you understand anything of what I just said? The family or the lineage is destroyed. If the woman goes out of the home, the lineage is destroyed. No matter the excuse, no, because I have to work. Okay, then destroy it. There's always a motive to destroy it. You have to work, and to top it off, in order to teach you the general incoherence, the woman of the year who was chosen is a transvestite. The woman of the year is a transvestite. That destroys logic itself. How can you choose the woman of the year transvestite? So then it was the best feminists and said in television, I don't understand. There's not enough women in order to choose a man that became a woman. Why did he say that? Now they say the feminist movement is against the LGBTQ or whatever. They say they're enemies now. They don't notice that those that change the mentality to feminism themselves are the same ones that are changing the mentality to make them everyone gay. The same thing, the same movement. There's a black or green hand behind of a dragon. There's a hand behind from a crocodile. The thing is that we have to come out of hypnotism. That is the problem that I'm teaching. That's why we see the generalized incoherence. Okay. To top it off, if the woman earns more than the man, the woman loses value. To top it off, the man loses value, and they start with all types of cancers. Okay, in this society, we're programmed with consume. If we don't have something, we're not happy. So then, happiness is to buy. If I don't have an 80-inch TV, then I'm not happy with my 50, because I went to an 18 to a 20, from a 20 to a 24, from a 24 to a 36, the 36 to a 50, and now I see that the neighbor bought an 80. It's $4,000. I'm not happy until I have it, because my neighbor has and I don't. I'm watching in a fucking piece of crap 50-inch, and it's old. It's 3 years old. It's no good. I want an 80-inch. That's what happens, because precisely in our dualism, we think that to have is happiness. When the only happiness can come whether I love myself and feel whole and feel that I have everything, but then lack begins. What do I need? An 80-inch TV. I need that right now. I actually need it. I don't have an 80-inch TV, so then I feel like I'm just playing, but that's what happens. So then, we're not happy, and what happens when I buy it? I buy it with a credit card. I feel happy for a little bit until I have to pay. So then, when I least expect it, I owe like thousands of dollars on my credit card. Everyone was deceived through this. They give you the power to buy and be happy. When you least expect it, you're up to here with bills, and you work like a slave, and you send your wife to be a slave also, and your children also to help you pay for the credit card. So then also the program saying on TV, which is the center of programming, they program us by saying, look at what the couples that have actual success, they go and take vacation, and they say, okay, that is what it is to be happy. So then you start to save, and so that at the end of the year, you're happy like them. And they already created a necessity, something that never existed. Vacation, what is that? No matter, it's not normal. Even if you think it is, oh, how nice it is to go on vacation. It's nice because they implanted it in you as a belief. I could live my whole life in vacation. What? Yeah, that's even better. My whole life as vacation. But what does man like a donkey does? They taught him that. The hypnotized little sheep says, what do I have to do? Work for 12 months, and then you go for 2 weeks, and you spend for the money that you don't have, or with credit cards, and you go on a vacation. And you're going to feel a lot of happy. When you go there, you unplug. That's a lie. The greatest fights are during vacation. Read statistics if you don't believe me. And they start to argue for anything that's any stupid thing. That happens because we are programmed that they tell us, here there's happiness when there's no happiness in vacation. You'll never get happiness in vacation unless you really believe that, And in that hypnotism, you'll get happiness during vacation. That could be any time of the year. It could be every day of your life. I'm saying for what reason people get sick. Now, the worst, most people cannot get vacation. So what happens? They get sick. They get sick. I can't have vacation. I have to work with this idiot. No, I cannot get vacation. So then, since they don't get to the official goal of what happiness is, and they see him, some they go to Miami, or they go to Australia, or they go to the beaches of I don't know where, and they say, oh, I'd love to be like him, but no, I married this idiot that doesn't earn a cent. Oh, poor, wretched fool. I thought he was going to have money. He's an idiot, doesn't have anything. And those vacations, I wish I could travel the world, but I married this idiot. That's what happens. So then we're unhappy because our duality, because we're not coherent with ourselves. Very well. Here comes something that is very, very important that I don't have time. But, I mean, this is an enormous subject. The problem with communication, Elohim did not make us to talk through a phone, even less a computer. But since we have it, we use it. But Adam and Eve didn't have a phone. They didn't have a phone. So then, does this generate a problem? Cancer on a permanent basis. What? The waves in the phone? Well, that, if you want to add it, you can add it. But the communication exaggerated that we now have, when we exaggerate in that communication, we become slaves again of what the other is going to say about me or what I have to say to the other. Before, in order to visit oneself, you had to walk or on a horse come to visit you. You know, just like drop by. But what happens now? Nothing like that. Nothing like that exists. Now, your mom, your dad, your sister, your little friend, your boyfriend, your lover, your wife, your husband, everybody has Facebook. Or another means, even the president, Twitter, and all that garbage. You can, what's your Twitter, what else? WhatsApp, Instagram, and all that, and then Facebook. So then, if my girlfriend has a selfie like this, and I don't go quickly to say, oh, I love it, oh, how pretty. If it's a date that I didn't see that or something happens, she'll be like, she loses value. He didn't like it. Or all the friends. So then, your mother is waiting there. Says, oh, so you write her an email. You don't write it and says, oh, this son that I have, I gave him so many things and sacrificed myself. She's a victim. I sacrificed myself. Doesn't write to me. Poor mother that gave so many. Oh, what a son that's so ungrateful. What a piece of shit son. Yeah, and they get sick. They start to get sick. But the cancer comes quickly there because the loss of value brings cancer. The anger brings cancer. So then, all the communication means, all of them, okay, all the media, this is infinite. He's put lag, called me, loss of territory, competition, conflict of abandonment, of becoming ugly. I put a picture that I like, and the people says, oh, your pimples, are you getting fat? What? They put oh, did you get fat? You don't know the type of conflict, but who creates that? The social media, because we're always slaves to them. We just want people to give us praise. If they don't give us praise, like I could remember these characters that you would tell them, I liked your song. They said, I don't accept that. Say that in public. I like the last music. No, don't tell it to me. Tell it to me in public. You say, but the people are the people sick? Yes. Yeah, the people are sick. The people are sick. So then they come. Look at the communications and the conflicts that the territorial conflict, the loss of territory, of abandonment, of separation, ugliness, competition, of more so, sexual frustration, envy, etc., etc., etc. So then we say we're in the time of communication, yeah, and cancer too. Exactly, cancer, because communication, precisely communication, Conflict of morsel brings cancer. How do they generate the sicknesses? By the word. Do we agree? I've been explaining to you that cancer is generated by the word. Now, if the word is augmented to a level that's never seen before, that I even see it in the cell phones, ping, 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 the computer, they're in a telephone in the restaurant, and they were all talking, oh, the food is so great. In couples, they're always talking about the food. Now they're always like this with their cell phone. Is it good? Yeah, it's good. Go to a restaurant and watch. They're all like this. The couple looking at herself, this one looking at herself. And then they'd be chatting amongst themselves. But here, I love you. He says, I'll give you a little heart. Thank you for bringing me. But they sent it because now it's more important to say it like that than to speak. So then how are they not going to get sick? They're all very sick. The kids are sick. The youths, they suicide. Forget about the sicknesses. They commit suicide. They tell them in their selfie, oh, you're so ugly. Goes and commits suicide. Just like that, because her life is that. So then, in order to comprehend why we live in the time of cancer, is because the word has been augmented. Before, I had to go to a person and face them and tell them the things. You're a nasty fat person, for example. But not now. Now it's, it says, oh, you filthy fat person. You fatso. It's like a megaphone now. Think what the dragons did. And instead of saying, oh, this communication is so nice. It's not nice. It's cancer. Always, the whole time. The social media is garbage. Absolutely. I could talk to you hours and hours about this, but I don't know why. We go to another subject. If you understood it, you understood it. There you have cancer completely. And then the misunderstandings. You didn't put I love you, girl says. You didn't say I love you. And you put I like to another girl. Oh, no. And the friends, you can't imagine what it is. It is nothing but fuckery. It's all fuckery that we have here. And that fuckery gets us sick. 7, the newscasts and also other shows. All of you know this. TV was created to program you, nothing for no other reason than just to program you of this is bad, and if you believe it, eat meat, you get cancer, and if you seal it too much, even more cancerous, and then you didn't, oh, this brings me cancer, but it's so good that I can't. This brings me cancer, and then I create it with my word. I created it, and when I least expected, I had cancer. It says, I told you not to eat meat, and there's a problem. Precisely, to top it off, we have to fight with real poisons, which is the modified GMOs and all antibiotics. But we understand them. It says, I could care less. Just like that. If you are going to cause yourself so many troubles for that, it's going to bring even more problems. So then don't even control it. The programming that they teach us through all these transvestites that become actresses and singers, all transvestites, that we have to be skinny. So then if we're a little fatter, they say you're too temperament. The whole time they tell me, a lot of people that are not from this group, they say, it's nice what you say, but you look like someone that does not have self-control. And what about a person with self-control and has to look? Oh, thin, of course, without any fat. That is their beliefs. That is their beliefs. Well, there you have to deal with all that. We have to deal with the obligatory vaccines and the official medicine by obligation. That brings cancer. You already know. A doctor says this is going to bring you cancer, or you don't have cancer. Or you already cured the cancer and says, now you have metastasis and you have more cancer. So then medicine produces cancer. Vaccines ruin us completely. But I accept it. What am I going to do? I avoid doing that. But it's not that I'm always, I was a vaccine victim. No, they've given me all the vaccines. But now I avoid it. I try to avoid it with my children. That's it. But I'm not the victim. Credit cards, debts, and life's insurance, this gets people sick. If they get their health insurance out of the people, they go crazy. It says, we're going to cancel your health insurance. They get a DHS that is so bad, they go crazy because for the assurance of a person is to have that, just to have the security, just to have that. And in fact, there's what they want a piece of shit job, but that has a good health insurance. You know how many people are like that? Of course, they're gonna get sick. I'm telling you, today's time that exists now, not before. Poisoning by all the electromagnetic cell phone, Wi-Fi, and the chemtrails. That is clear, absolutely. We're being contaminated by that. Gender change, that makes us be incoherent. Now they obligate us to accept that a woman can be a woman or backwards or something that we don't even know what it is. We have to accept it. That makes us a little incoherent in our mind. And then our mind, well, we accept it, but that accepting is an incoherence in every aspect. The children, you send them to school, and what happens? They teach them that it's okay if you're a boy or a girl. I was watching this video. Love between men is more pure than man and woman. I saw a professor. He was teaching kids that, like Jamie's age, as kids, I'm going to tell you the truth. Homosexual, gay love is better because homosexual, you know yourself since you're so you look for a man and you know what. But it's too difficult with a woman because I wasn't born a woman. I don't know how to touch a woman. It's more complicated, but I know how to touch myself. I saw it in school. In school, they were talking like that. It's easier to be gay, kids. Learn that. Wow. What are they teaching? I mean, it's logical. Since you know yourselves, it's easier to know yourselves. So a female, that's different. That's an uncharted territory, but it's easier. And I said, wow. And that's what they're telling the children. Telling the children. You say, oh, that's logical, right? It's logical. And the kids, the girls also, the same thing. You know yourselves. You're not going to get surprised if you're the same. The love is better than heterosexual love. It's more conflicts. Wow. Education. Fucked up completely. Complete incoherence. I was watching a video, but I mean, I see so many things that the whole education system, which is Jesuit, was designed to make your mind stupid because precisely it's so difficult for you to learn because it's so difficult what they teach you. It's difficult. You can't learn fuck about anything. That's why I tried to understand that Maria Montessori came with a better system. And they said, no, your system is not good here. We're going to teach you in the way that we're going to teach you. That's why Maria Montessori was not backed up by anybody because they teach them a system that really teaches you to understand things. They don't want that. They want you to accept them without understanding a thing, to leave you like a stupid idiot. So then all the kinders and daycares and academies precisely, all the Acadia demons, the word tells you, and university, another made-up Jesuit, is the Jesuit lie. You're learning what the Jesuits want you to learn. An incoherent religion. Do you think that religions are incoherent? Absolutely incoherent, whichever they might be. Whichever. If you're Christian, they say that sex is bad. Just like that. Sex is bad. And that you are to blame. And that you're going to hell like Paul. All your impulses are bad like Paul said. So then it's a sin. And there are three beings which are one. And then we have a complete incoherence. If you don't understand, it's a mystery. So then we go into permanent basis into an incoherence. Sports. All the sports teach us, and we try to imitate their stars, or music, or the actors, and all the rest. That gives us incoherence of competition. Not just that, if you see the animals that go to the field, are they being coherent or completely incoherent? How are those people that cheer for a team? How would you call them? Would you want any one of those people to be taken out of there and to have a case over your life? No, because they're completely incoherent. Those people are yelling for a soccer team, dying for a soccer team, saying they're going to kill another guy for the soccer team. There's a complete and brutal incoherence. If you if you make a goal, they love you. If you miss it, they remind your mother. They remind you about your mother on a permanent basis. But if you make it, they act to you like a god. Tell me if that's not a brutal incoherence. Then we have the incoherence of the official medicine and the science. NASA tells you that we are flying and that this is a ball and that water curves when water can never curve in any way. But all this forms an incoherence in you, and you see that everything is still. You go into an airplane, it's flat. You go into a mountain, it's flat. You go to the beach, it's flat. But you know that they told you it's a ball. So then that is an incoherence in your mind. You see everything fat. It's as if I were to tell you that you see this white, but it's black. And so then you end up saying, I see it as white, but I know it's black. It's incoherence. So then that is the incoherence that science submerges us, and then you have evolution and all the rest, and a lot more. That is the reason why we are all in the time of cancer. Before it did not exist. Now they're projecting that from here to some years, 100% of the people are going to have cancer. There you have it. I was given by Ariel this verse or text that's rather fantastic, but obviously in a special version used by this word that we're looking for. But just so they see how nice it is, obviously whatever word is the same thing, you're going to understand it. But uses the word coherence, and I loved it. The Bible to the day in Spanish. Bible to the day, unfortunately, it says bad, B-A-D, bad. Very well, let's go to Jeremiah 32, 36 through 41 in the B-A-D Spanish version. And your version is going to say something else, of course, but the same thing, exactly the same thing. I'll just look for the word coherence. It reads as follows. Jeremiah 32, 36 through 41. Jeremiah 32, 36 through 41. It reads as follows. And therefore, thus saith Yahweh, Elohim of Israel, concerning this city, wherefore ye say, it shall be delivered into the hand of the king of Babylon by the sword and the famine and pestilence. I will gather them out of all countries, whither I have driven them in mine anger and in my fury, and in great wrath. So then Yahweh says, I'll read again, I'll gather them. Now, do we enter there? We dispersed, of course. So then it says, I will gather them out of all countries, whither I in mine anger and fury and wrath driven them. Yahweh in his anger, fury, and great wrath says that he dispersed us. And I will bring them again unto this place, and I will cause them to dwell safely. And they shall be my people, and I will be their Elohim. And I will give them coherence. What does it say? I will give them coherence in their true thoughts and conduct. Look at how magnificent. The problem is our incoherence. So then it says, I will cause for coherence to be in their true thoughts and their conduct. What we're talking about, that in the biodecoding comes to talk about, that they may always fear me, that they may fear me forever for the good of them and of their children after them. So then our coherence is based on their laws. Do you see? Not to whatever coherence, but based on Elohim's coherence. That fear is that they love him, really. It's actually that we have obedience for Yahweh, and it will make an everlasting covenant with them. But notice that it's going to be the everlasting covenant with those who enter into coherence only. Do you see? Those that are incoherent do not enter into an everlasting covenant. So then those who are coherent in their true thoughts and conduct, what they do, notice Paul, was he coherent in his thoughts and conduct? No, he was not. So then Yahweh says, for those who are coherent in what they think and in their conduct, I will make an everlasting covenant with them, that I will not turn away from them to do them good, but I will put my fear in their hearts. It's like writing my laws in their hearts, that they shall not depart from me. Yeah, I will rejoice over them to do them good, and I will plant them in this land assuredly with my whole heart and with my whole soul. Fantastic, fantastic. Text, fantastic. Very well. I'm going to eliminate some. Look, I'm going to show you two techniques that are absolutely impressive, so as to eliminate so many things that we have in the subconscious in order to change beliefs and in order to enter into coherence. I'll show you that next Shabbat, though. Those two techniques. Yeah, I'll show it because I want to continue on with the subject that's special. I'll show you those two techniques that you already, you guys here already know them, but I'm going to show them publicly. They're rather fantastic, absolutely fantastic. I'll show them to you in the best way possible that you could ever find them anywhere, and I want to dedicate some time to it so that you can learn it very well. I'm going to advance to a new law. I'm going to add two laws. They're simple. I'm not going to delay too much. For me, they're incomplete with what Hammer did. This is in regards to the laws. Hammer understood everything that is the human biology, but did not understand what Elohim was. Even if he was a theologian, he could not comprehend this. But it was not his task to comprehend it. It's more than enough with what he did comprehend. It's absolutely fantastic what he comprehended with. But I'm going to add two more laws. And maybe there are more. But for me, with these two, it's enough. We have the 5 laws, and this is the 6th biological law. If you have already guessed, it's this one here. Shemah Israel, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Ekhad. You shall love Yahweh Eloheinu with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your strength. That is a law. Why is it a law? Because if any human being, if there are incoherence laws that you enter into incoherence, precisely this has to be a basic law of the Creator, not because I came up with it, but because it's the Creator of the human being, the Creator of this machine. This machine responds to a Creator. That Creator is Yahweh. I'm not going to look for the law of a Baal, right? But the Creator, the designer, when I buy a car and I don't know how to fix it, I go to the factory and I say, oh, let's see how I can fix it with the blueprints. So we have to go to his laws, and this is his law. You don't want to get sick, then love Yahweh Elohim with all your heart, with all your soul, and all your strength. That is a biological soul. When I don't love Elohim and I start to love other things, I enter into incoherence quickly, absolutely quickly. So then, if I keep every true commandment of Yahweh, but if I keep them well, not in my dual way, but in my non-dual way, if I understand the laws of Yahweh and I keep them in a non-dual way, then I'm not going to develop any special program. When I violate the true commandments of Yahweh, that is a direct incoherence that I will pay with an SBS. I could show you in every one of the true commandments how, with just violating, I go into an incoherence. But that is clear. The 6th law of Yahweh is, there's only one Yahweh, whose name is, there's only one Elohim, whose name is Yahweh, and we have to love him with all our heart, with all our soul, and with all our strength. 7th law. And this is a law that is reserved unto Yahweh. Hammer could never have discovered this one. it's one that is encrypted in many parts of the scripture. And I summed it up in this way. The unviolable and unevitable will of Yahweh, predestination. No matter how many biological problems you have, there is something that is above all that, which is called predestination. If there wasn't, if Yahweh would choose us for something, but I developed an SBS because I had an incoherence because of something, or something did something to me, and I didn't know how to get detached from it, and I die, how then can Yahweh have power over me? He cannot have power over me unless He has written a code or a program that goes past all the programs that I have. Do you understand? Very well. So then, the seventh law is the unviolable and inevitable will of Yahweh, which is called predestination. It's something that, for example, in the chats of many people, that, for example, Mariano, he talks about how he doesn't believe in predestination. He believes that it's all a world with infinite possibilities for everyone, and that's precisely what I don't believe in. I believe in predestination, and I believe that Yahweh chose Hammer and made that accident to his son so that he had to discover it. He had to discover it. Do you understand? That doesn't come from a biological. That comes from predestination, so that in turn we and all those after us and all those who know these laws can enjoy them. But somebody had to direct Hammer in order to understand this. Do you understand? So then that is what you call predestination, which is a law that is biological. Yahweh, within that law, Yahweh does what He wants, chooses whom He wants, and places or takes out the programs that He wants. In other words, no matter how much we would want to do something, Yahweh is the one that does whatever He wants. I'll repeat this again. Yahweh does what He wants. Does anybody doubt that? That could be a law. Yes, of course. I'm quoting text directly. He says, I do what I please. And who's going to impede that? Yahweh does what He pleases, chooses whom He pleases, and places or takes out the programs that He wants. So then if there's a program that will kill me, He can take it out. Yes or no? Inevitably, in another human being, it will kill him, but not us, because He wants to, because we're predestined, because of whatever reason, up to Him. Can Yahweh do that? Yes or no? Of course. And this He does it from the true birth of others. He protects us from ourselves, from DHSs and from special SBSs, of which we would not survive. So then, since we believe in predestination, then really we comprehend entirely that the sixth and seventh laws are so biological as the others, because Yahweh wrote in us a code. If we were to have a desire to study what the word of Elohim is, don't believe that that desire was written by you, within you. Don't believe that that desire comes from your grandpa or your mom or your great-grandpa. That desire was written by Yahweh. So then, there is a level that Hammer could never have seen where Yahweh writes the programs that He wants, period. Makes us be born wherever He wants, and makes us live what He wants. But everything under control, okay? Very well. You have seen in the invitation, did you understand this perfectly well? These two laws, there's no more need to talk about them anymore because we know them perfectly well. There were just two, so that they're not left at 5 laws, but to give them the last laws in complete control to Yahweh, which is what we comprehend. Okay, I'm going to draw into you in the blackboard or the whiteboard what you have in invitation. We have a line. Oh, it's violet. Well, that's fine. That's fine. So then here we have a DHS. I'm going to use blue for that. We're okay in our life, and here comes always, I write this. Okay, let's make this bigger. Okay, I like it like that. A DHS. Terrible DHS. Or subtle that we couldn't even notice. But starting from there, from that DHS that strikes us here. Let's put a line here. Timeline. In the timeline, we were doing okay. Day, night, we were doing okay. Precisely here, this strike makes us go up and makes us live in a terrible moment of tension until we get to a solution of the conflict. We're use black here. All of a sudden, we find a solution to the conflict. Conflictolysis, the end of the conflict. I'm going to put another line here. And this line falls all of a sudden, since it started suddenly, it falls suddenly. This whole part here is the active phase of the THS. Get to the conflictolysis. And so then we enter into the second part of the conflict, which generally is highlighted. Vague autonomy, you already know about all this. And a rise, all of a sudden, a very high peak of return to the active phase, which is called epileptoid crisis. And then we get a smaller one in order to end the program and go back to the normal autonomy. Very well. You already know this, all of you. This is the epileptoid crisis. We'll write this here. Epileptoid crisis. It is the most terrible and dangerous part, and this would be the post-conflictolysis A, and this would be the post-conflictolysis B. Very well. Here we are in sympathetic autonomy, very active. And here we are in vague autonomy. Everybody understands this perfectly well, right? Okay. What I'm about to say now, we could have never understood, ever, unless we had understood all these subjects first. We could never have understood it unless we understand the biphasic part of every SBS. We could not have understood it. So then this biblical application that I'm about to make now, it would not be possible ever if we had not understood the biphasic part of the sickness. And now we're going to see that all of creation and humanity of human beings is all a program, an SBS program, that lasted or lasts 7,000 years. Very well. So then, the world was perfect, harmonious, and entirely coherent until Eve goes and disobeys, and everything gets fucked up. Eve goes into incoherence. We all enter into incoherence. Very well. This SBS that I'll show here, which is the creation SBS, is act like one of the new brain, because how do the conflicts of the new brain act in the active phase? It ulcerates and it stops functioning correctly, and in the reparation phase, there's a multiplication of what was ulcerated, what was lost, starts to get multiplied quickly, and then afterwards it is eliminated, what was created anew. That is how the new brain reacts. The old brain is backwards. You already know what I'm talking about, right? The old brain, in the active phase, there's cellular multiplication. all the adenocarcinomas and all the rest, cellular proliferation. When the conflictolysis comes, we go into the decomposition of that whole material that was created. You are following, right? And then you have all the microbes, microbacteria, and all the rest to undo all this. Very well. I understand and everything that from here on out is my interpretation. I understand that the SBS of the creation acts like one of the new brain. In other words, there will be, in the first part, an ulceration and dysfunction. Nothing will work the way it should work. And then there will be an ulceration. And then afterwards, when we get to the conflictolysis, there will be an inflammation, a growth, and then an elimination and a normalization. Very well. The DHS, here, the DHS. What happens in the DHS? Sin enters. There was stealing, and immediately a loss of territory because they kicked him out of Eden. Look at how tremendous this is. She stole, Eve stole, Adam stole, and immediately they experience a loss of territory because they were kicked out of Eden. And so then immediately there comes something new, which is the ulceration, death, cellular proliferation. That's when death enters the earth for the first time, ulceration. And the dysfunction of everything. The animals that were not carnivorous, they start to eat meat. The field that would not give herbs, wild ones and ugly ones, all kinds of wild herbs started to grow. Man that did not have to work has to work and earn with the sweat of his forehead. Women that should not have pain in birth, now with pain she will give birth. But you notice that it didn't work that way before. Everything starts to work differently. There's a dysfunction. Do you understand, right? Very well. And also, there's an ulceration. This happens for humans, plants, and animals. What creation is, we're all this in the time of sympathetic autonomy. Very well. This whole part, we've got death, the flood, the sacrifice laws, ulceration, kill, kill, kill. In order to worship Yahweh, we have to kill, 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 blood, blood, blood. What was live stops living, and complete dysfunctions. Very well. It has to get to, and that's if it got to. People can ask themselves, when did conflictolysis arrive? Conflictolysis, okay. In this conflictolysis here, you're following, right? This from entire creation, right? Because this is exactly how it reacts. So then, we have ulceration, death enters, everything misfunctions. Not in the way that it was, not in the original way that it was designed, but it starts to misfunction. All this has to end when? Well, I understand that it ends. This ends. And the reparation part begins in the death of the Creator. So then here I put a cross so that you understand. Yeah, we know he didn't die on a cross, but with that cross, give or take, we comprehend. It's a symbol. It was a tree, but I'm not going to draw a tree with a person tied to it because it's too difficult. Represents death? Whose death? The Creator's death. This SBS is from the creation. Here, nothing was going to end because Adam died, nothing happened. Yahweh killed almost the whole world in the flood, saved 8, nothing happened. Everything continued to be a disaster. The Creator noticed that there was only one solution. Which was that? The death of the Creator. So then here comes the death of the Creator. Very well. Aside from the death and resurrection of the Creator, death and resurrection here because he dies and resurrects. Here, for the first time, you start to see that of course there's death and all the rest. But up until this point in time, the earth had not been filled. From this point in time, in these 2,000 years, the earth got really filled with people, yes or no? There we start to see multiplication. Because first it was wounded, and then we start to see a multiplication of cells, but I mean without sense. A multiplication that is uncontrolled. We're in 7 billion, 8 billion. We had never seen that before. When Yeshua dies, there was just a little bit of people in the world, but from here on out, there's a cellular multiplication which starts in the PCLA part. We're in this PCLA. Proliferation of people, inflammation of the whole affected part. The whole world is inflamed and ugly. There's no more sacrifice. There's no deaths. Because here were the sacrifices. There's no more sacrifices. And what starts is the true pain that begins. Here starts the pain because there's no pain here. Here there's a lot of pain. When we get to the conflictolysis, we get an unbearable pain. Fevers, plagues, and everything comes from this point. So then we have the time of pain here, the inflammation, and the time of multiplication. You see how it's all acting like one of the new brain. And it gets to a point, a maximum point, which is the epileptoid crisis. What could be the epileptoid crisis? Obviously, it's the Great Tribulation. The epileptoid crisis in the maximum point, when the person is in danger of dying, well, precisely, it is when the brain casts out the edemas that were formed in the hammer focus. Well, here you gotta kick out all the people that overgrowth. Everything was filled with people, it was filled with parasites, all kinds of things. And so then we have to kick everything out. And here comes the Great Tribulation, the high peak of highest pain and destruction and of inflammation going down. Look at the words of Matthew 24, 22, 22, 22. Matthew 24, 22, 22 says, "Pray then that your flight be not in winter or on day of rest. For there shall be then great tribulation," an epileptoid crisis that's brutal, great tribulation, which there hasn't been since the beginning of the world up until now, nor will there ever be again, nor any sickness or SBS. Is there a peak so high like the epileptoid crisis? Not even in the part of the active part. Because in the active part, it's asymptomatic. Sometimes you don't even notice you're sick. When you got to precisely to the conflictolysis, there you notice that you're sick. You have fever and you have inflammation, all that, everything, but you already solved the problem. Okay, when Yahweh already resolved the problem, dying Him and resurrecting, you have the whole healing part, and the most terrible part is the epileptoid crisis, the most terrible thing. So then, it says, "For then there shall be great tribulation, which there hasn't been since the beginning of the world up until now, no, ever again. And if those days were not shortened," tribulation is short always. The epileptoid crisis is always short. The best thing is to shorten it the most as possible. If those days were not shortened, no one would be saved. If you noticed, the shortest part in the whole program of SBS is what? The epileptoid crisis is the shortest part. You see how everything goes in like a sticker. It's like an SBS of creation. So then, and if the most acute part, it's the shortest part at the same time. That's why Yeshua says, and unless those days were shortened, no one would be saved. But because of the chosen, those days shall be shortened. So that there's a group of chosen that will be alive here. The rest will die. The epileptoid crisis takes you. The conflictive mass is great, very great. So then, there are some chosen that will be alive. The rest will not survive the epileptoid crisis. Now, in that epileptoid crisis, there's also a special resurrection of certain people. Let's go to Daniel 12, 1 through 2. Daniel 12, 1 through 2. At that time, Miguel shall rise up, the great prince that is on behalf of the children of your people. And there will be a time of suffering like there hasn't ever been since there has been people up until then. But at that time shall your people be delivered, all who are written in the book. And many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall be awakened, some unto eternal life, and others unto shame and confusion perpetually. So then, clearly we start to see that in this epileptoid crisis, it is what we most clearly see, that is the Great Tribulation, in which there will be alive some, and others will be resurrected. Just a small group here. Very well, but we need the next phase. The PCLB, which is it? The millennium. The millennium completes the 7,000 years. What happens in the millennium? There is a judgment. We've already gone past the Great Tribulation. There's a judgment and resurrection to the end, here at the end of the millennium. There's resurrection of all the living beings. The complete elimination of the tissue and the bacteria. It's all eliminated. Everything, mycobacteria, the bacteria that held, they all go into the lake of fire. They are eliminated. And it is the last stage of the Vega, of this SBS, of the Vega autonomy, in order to get to the normal autonomy. And the normal autonomy is eternity. But we had to go through this whole program. Tell me if, up until all of creation, you don't clearly see this design. The design discovered by Hammer, the design that we'll go through for every sickness. I see it absolutely fantastic. Now I'm going to give another analysis of this. Now I will look at sin and how's the SBS of sin. Let us go back a bit. If nobody understood this, then watch it over again so that you see that it fits in every stage. Now, it's not about creation, but sin. Sin did not exist. It was all perfection. This SBS that I'm going to show you now acts like one of the old brain. This one grows in the active phase, grows, and then after it decreases, and disappears. Very well. So then in the active phase, there's proliferation and augmentation, and then elimination, normalization. Very well. The DHS, which one was it? Disobedience, the entrance of sin. Sin itself, which was a morsel conflict. Conflict of morsel. Eve didn't want to eat that fruit and said, oh, I want to eat it. I want to eat it. So then a morsel conflict. And that morsel conflict, which is obviously of the endoderm. That's why the old brain is born, and this biological shock is born sin, and it starts to proliferate, and all of this in autonomy. So then in the stage of active conflict of sin, all that sin did is to grow, more sin, and more sin, and more sin, and more sin, and more sin. Very well. I'm talking about at an individual level of the people. No matter how many sacrifices, how many prophets, sin did not stop. Sin, absolutely. Very well. When does sin end? You could say, well, sin is not ended. It's still at its greatest potency, but it's not what I want you to see. Because we take ourselves as examples, which are part of this world. The sin in your life that gets to you, all the rest that sin were growing, until the conflictolysis came, and now I do place the conflictolysis once again of the Creator. Because if He created all of this, and the only thing that it was to beget sin, and sin was in its fact and power, He came to die for the sins of His people. Yes or no? The text says so. He came to die for our sins. So then if He came to die for our sins, the solution enters in the death of Yeshua, the solution of sin. You're seeing this, right? No matter if sin has not ended, here enters the solution of sin. Are you seeing this? Very well. But only this for those who accept that Mashiach. There's not solution of sin if I don't accept the Mashiach. I'm talking about those who understand the Torah and know the rest, not those who have never even heard of it. So then for us, in our case, the acceptation of Yeshua as the lamb of the sacrifice that bears our sin, when I accept it, it is when really sin ends in my life. Do you understand this? Because I deposit all the burdens on Him, and I get baptized in the name of Yeshua, and the solution begins. But in order to do that, Yeshua had to come and die. Very well. The post-conflictolysis A, When we accept Yeshua as our Creator that died for us, all our sin in our life starts to get reduced drastically. Because if I don't reduce sin in my life, it's because I did not accept Yeshua still. You understand this? I'm not saying that we're no longer sinners, but already the sins that we did before, there's a reason why there's repentance and conversion. The conversion that we have from Yahweh. We don't go out to steal or lie or kill or to hurt others. The more we accept Yeshua, the less harm we want for others. Do we comprehend what I'm saying? We could be not perfect. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about sin that people commit that do not accept Yeshua. So then, when we accept Yeshua, we stop that sin. It is reduced completely because we accept Yeshua. It is reduced entirely. Sin is drastically reduced. And actually, that is when pain appears. Why pain? Well, because the Christian thought begins, we with our sin, Yeshua had to die, because we are sinners, and our sin is so evil, like Paul said, and we feel bad. We feel with pain because we're sinful, because actually we don't do what we want, but what we don't want, and all that. There is pain that takes us to repentance, that takes us to conversion. There is the pain here. There comes a time where epileptoid crisis comes. The epileptoid crisis, and pay attention to this, is physical death. Because all who accept Yeshua, we're going to die. We're all going to die, except for some that will be alive. In other words, what am I trying to say with it? That since 2,000 years ago that the solution came, aren't they all dead? That's what I'm trying to say. So then, they all accepted Yeshua. They all stopped sinning, but they died. When did they die? In the epileptic crisis, they died. So then their conflicted mass of sin, even if they accept Yeshua, either way, that conflictive mass, after reducing sin and living some time, when you get to your epileptoid crisis, is death. The death of every human being since 2,000 years ago, that since Yeshua came. Do you understand? They all passed. All the disciples came. All that went passed away. Up until today, how many have not died? They've all died. Is there people from the time of Yeshua still around? They all died. Now, if in this generation that we're waiting for Yeshua comes, and maybe we get to not die, but that would be the exception. In that epileptoid crisis, we're going to enter, which will be the great tribulation for us. If we come out alive from there, it's because we're the exception. Do you understand? If we don't come out alive from there, it's because we were part of this group that would not live with Yeshua. So then, in the PCLA, we reduce sin, we live alive according to this, and sooner or later, we have to die. With the exception of those that will be alive when the epileptic crisis will come, that corresponds to the Great Tribulation. The PCLB is the millennium. And here, the sin is eliminated entirely, even if you're alive or dead. In other words, so you understand this. In case you didn't, a person after Yeshua came, any person after the death of Yeshua, accepts the death of Yeshua. No one could accept the death of Yeshua because they didn't even understand that Yeshua was going to come. They had the example of the sacrifices, that it would work the same. But when Yeshua came, all who accept the death of Yeshua, they stopped sinning. They stopped sinning, really. They tried to guide a good life, and they have to die. Now, all those sins, they're going to really be cleansed during this stage, which is the stage of judgment and millennium. They will be judged here. They're going to say, he had this sin, but it was forgiven. He accepted Yeshua. He had these things. He will be saved. There, barely then, is when it is, all sin is eliminated, this here, and that is when later in the resurrection will come to eternal life, or eternal death. But I'm talking about those who accept. Those who do not accept Yeshua, they continue in the active phase. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm talking about those who accepted the death of Yeshua and will be saved. So then in their epileptic crisis they died. And then in the millennium, that is when they really are forgiven. and then they're resurrected and then go back to normality. Did you understand this? This is the SPS of the sin of every person. Very well. Now I will talk to you about something else, and it actually very shocking. Very shocking. The first plague. What is it due to? The first plague. Let's see if you learned anything. Quickly. First plague. What is it due to? Answer me. What is it due to? What is the first plague due to? Let's go. Leslie. What is the first plague due to? Okay, let's read. Revelation 16, 1 through 2 reads as follows. I heard a voice. I heard a great voice that said from the temple to the 7 angels, go and pour out upon the earth the 7 cups of the wrath of Elohim. The first came and he poured out his cup over the earth, and there was a malign ulcer and a foul smell over the men that had the mark of the beast and that worshipped its image. What comes? An ulceration. What conflict? Why does it come? What kind of conflict? No. A territorial conflict doesn't give you ulceration, but in the coronary arteries. No. Not stomach ulceration, but on the skin. Obviously, ulceration of the skin is a conflict of separation. Whatever that has to do with skin and separation, it is more than clear. Notice that this is more than clear. A conflict of separation, which is painful and unhealable. This will be tremendous and astonishing. But now, whom do they get separated from? What conflict do they have about separation? They get separated from Elohim, because Elohim is connected with every living being here on earth, completely, whether they accept them or not. The spirit of Elohim is in every living being on earth. If the spirit of Elohim is in every living being on earth, in all men, at some point in time, Elohim takes away that spirit, and what they're going to feel is a great conflict of separation that they're not going to even know what it's about, but they're going to experience it biologically in their body, which is precisely they're going to get ulcers. It's a conflict. It's kind of like the mother abandons the son, and the son gets filled with ulcers. The son doesn't even know that the ulcers were because the mother abandoned him. He doesn't know that. But I'll tell it to you up front, knowing the rules, so that everyone to get ulcers in their skins, it is because Elohim takes away his spirit. And they suffer a great conflict of separation of only those who have his seal, the seal of Elohim. He does not separate himself from them. And there's no way that they suffer a conflict of separation, so then there's no healing for that, nor is it contagious, not because someone or your neighbor got all kinds of ulcers. When this plague comes, doesn't mean that you're in danger of being contagious. There isn't. Do you understand this? It's incredible. Wow, it's impressive what we can start to understand with these biological laws. In the following plagues, what about them? The next one is loss of territory, because the second plague is the loss of the sea and its food. If we, like human beings, which are the sea is our patrimony to get fed, we lose it. It is a complete loss of territory in a conflict of morsel, in a conflict of starving, because if all of a sudden all the food of the sea is lost, we're going to say, where are we going to eat now? You see, loss of territory, loss of morsel, we cannot eat fish anymore. Conflict of starving, what am I going to eat? Africa will die. All who are used to eating fish will die. A conflict of starving, and then the loss of the rivers and their food. We lost the ocean. Now the rivers. Now the last fucking fish is done. Another conflict of loss, of territory, of starving, of all of them. Imagine how that will accept. Now, are you understanding? That one thing is to say, oh, the sea is contaminated and dead. And you see even the whales all floating. They're all washed up. Imagine all the fish washed up like that and floating, just rotting. And then the rivers, you see, it's not the vision, how it affects every human being. That's what I want you to understand. What are they going to start to develop? How terrible it'll be. And then later, in the fourth one, the sun augments. It's a conflict of attack. Because now, we thought that the sun gives you cancer in skin. No, it doesn't. That's a lie. What gives you cancer is those who told you that it gives you cancer. The sun does not give you cancer. Actually, is the sun cancer is because where the sun doesn't hit you, where is it that I'll get cancer where I'm always covered? It doesn't make any sense. Okay, I'm not going to talk about that. Now the sun will give some type of problem because it's an attack conflict that in this plague, Yahweh augments the sun. He augments it to a way that is huge. Maybe just takes away the protection. That is a conflict of attack. Not just to the people, but burns all the harvest now. Because the sun augments. And tell me what will be alive in the field. Everything in the sea died. In the river also, now all the field. Now, if you did not understand the separation, if the vegan say, oh, I don't eat meat, I don't eat fish. Now the vegan, they burn even their last vegetable. Now tell me whether they're not going to have a conflict or not. All the harvest of the world lost. All of them. All the fields burning, the dead sea, the rivers dead. Tell me. And the water to eat, exactly. And then the water to eat, the sun burning with everything. Can you imagine how those people will be? I cannot even imagine the DHSs that they will have. The sixth one is war, because precisely everything that it talks about there is war. They all start to fight amongst each other. And the seventh one, another attack conflict, and all the rest of conflicts exist, because Yahweh attacks them with great hail. That's another attack conflict. If up until this they were still alive after all these conflicts, imagine the conflicts that we would give. Now, okay, we got to the part which it's just the hardest one that maybe it'll be for you to understand, because everything that I said up until now is very easy to understand. It's not what I was referring to when I told you. Now we got to a part that's very serious, that's never before given. Maybe in your mind you could say, oh, this is blasphemy. You could say, this is blasphemy. You can think whatever you want. Based on these laws, I noticed Yahweh made me understand many things, but very deep ones that we could never have comprehended from Elohim. So then, now I will give and see the SBS of Yahweh Elohim. We've already seen the one of creation, of human beings, of sin. Now let's go to the last one. The SBS of Yahweh Elohim. What do you mean Yahweh Elohim has an SBS? Oh yes. He had an SBS, a very great one. Since I've said this before, in a perfect ambient, you cannot learn anything. You cannot learn that which is bad, evil is evil, nor learn to be just. If they're all just with you, how could you learn to be just? Or good. If they're all good with you, how can you learn to be good? Not even perfect, in imperfection. You can't not be perfect if everything is perfect and they don't test you in an imperfection. There you'll see whether you're perfect or not. Like I've told you from Gaston Glog about the pistol, in order for something to be good, it has to be submitted to great pressure. So then, in order for you to have an idea, imagine that you were born in a home where everything is perfect, where it's all perfect, but at a level, but a divine perfection, not human, with perfect parents, perfect education, never a lie, never a deceit. You Believe everything that your parents and your friends say because they're all perfect. They are not deceivers. There's no evil. Nothing bad exists. And they drop you off in Mexico or in Buenos Aires or wherever you were born. You're 30 years old and they drop you off there so that you earn a living. You think that you're going to be deceived in every way. You're not going to last a day. You'll be deceived. They're going to eat you alive because you'll really be an idiot. Because, of course, you'll be an idiot. You don't have any defenses. You don't have anything because you believe that everything that they told you was true. It's all true. You live in a dream world. They send you to Mexico. The least that they'll do to you is rape you. That's the least thing they'll do to you because you're innocent. You're innocent entirely. Everyone was always good with you. And how are you going to act when... I want you to stop to think. Are you understanding? Okay. So then, second point. I'm going to give you all this so you understand what I'm about to say. Second point. Nothing can ever be put to test or improved in a perfect world. You can't, absolutely not. You cannot learn what is evil comparing it with what's good. How can you know it's evil? Everything that's good, how do you know that the next thing that you're going to do is evil? There's no measure. Everything is good and everything is good, period. You can't say this is bad. Oh, then it's not perfect. Where there's a bad thing, oh, this is bad. What do you mean it's bad? Yeah, it's bad. You have to accept it without testing it and know whether there is something evil there and you don't even know why it's evil. Do you understand? Okay, follow my logic. And you cannot learn to choose what is good over evil. Why are you going to choose it if you don't know what evil is? You cannot know it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes, okay. Mercy cannot be learned. How are you going to learn mercy in a perfect world? What mercy are you going to need in a perfect world? You're not going to need it. Everybody's perfect. Why are you going to learn to have mercy? You cannot learn to have mercy. You cannot learn to give mercy. You cannot learn justice. If there's no injustice, how are you going to learn justice? Everything's just. It's all just. Everything's just. You can't compare it. We could compare a just government with an unjust government because where we live in governments like that, we can compare. You cannot learn to love differently. You're going to love everything that is just like you. Everything's good. You will not learn tolerance. What are you going to tolerate if it's all good? How are you going to make you tolerant if it's all good? Nothing will make you angry. Do you understand? How are you going to learn patience? Can you learn patience? You cannot learn patience if they're all good. Who are you going to have patience with? If everyone's good, nobody irritates me, everything that I do, it's all okay. Patience, no. Doesn't even exist. Control. How am I going to learn to control myself? I cannot learn to control myself. If already I was born controlled already. How am I going to learn what sacrifice is? It's impossible. And the greatest thing that I believe, it's one of the greatest ones, how am I going to learn to forgive if nobody offends me? Tell me, how can a person learn to forgive if nobody offended him? Never in their life. If they never did anything evil in their life. If you're in a perfect world where nobody offends you, nobody does anything bad to you, everyone treats you well, how could you explain to a person what it is to forgive? Are you thinking what I'm saying? Are you comprehending this? Very well. Now I'm going to give it to you backwards. That is just to learn to do. Now, you cannot experience what pain is. How are you going to experience what pain is in a perfect world? There's no pain. That is what we want to get to see when there's no pain. But if there's no pain, how do we know what pain is in order to know that we don't want pain? If there's no pain, how can we experience lies? Lies? In a perfect world, lies? What is lies? We could not even understand what a lie is. Do you comprehend what I'm saying? Deceit, sin, abandonment. To comprehend what abandonment, nobody abandoned me, so how am I going to understand what abandonment is? Injustice, indifference, disobedience, hate, fear. Could someone understand what fear is in a perfect ambient? No, he could not. Even less hate. Who's he going to hate? Judgment. How's it going to have judgment? It's all judgment. That's good. Death. That is outside of the question. What does death lack? Lack. It has everything. Everything is good. What lack is it going to have? Impotence of doing things. How are they going to experience what impotence is of wanting to change something? And he cannot. He could never experience that. Wrath. Wrath against whom? You have to be crazy. Rancor. In a perfect world, that sounds crazy. How could we experience rancor? Never. Never. And there's something that is impressive. How could we experience in a perfect world to be forgiven? Who's going to forgive you if you don't offend anyone or do anything? Can somebody forgive you? You cannot experience what it is, the sensation of somebody says, I forgive you. You did this, but I forgive you. It's all okay. That satisfaction of feeling forgiven, a perfect being cannot experience it. Etc., etc., etc. I haven't understood this. How could we say that Yahweh was perfect without having learned all this for himself? When we in the Christian church, they teach us that Yahweh is perfect, we read it in the scripture that Yahweh is perfect. I can assure you, Yahweh was not perfect. He was the most innocent being. Because he comes from a perfect world. How could he have learned everything that I'm saying? He could imagine it in his mind. He could visualize it in his mind. He had an all-powerful mind. But he cannot be perfect. And with this, really, it is very different to all who have learned in your life. God is perfect. We're the imperfect ones. No, sir. We came and were created in order to heal Yahweh. All this sin of 6,000 years is a design of Yahweh in order for him to learn and heal his imperfection. Because in order to be perfect in every aspect without ever experiencing anything is to be imperfect. You have to learn. You have to learn to forgive. You have to learn to be forgiven. You have to learn to control wrath. You have to control for people to be betrayed. You have to learn. Or else if nobody ever betrays you, what are you going to learn? You're never going to learn. You have to learn to forgive. So then the people without any sense of everything that I have taught up until now could never understand what Yahweh is. Yahweh was a being that wanted to learn himself, to improve himself. And there was no other way than to create beings like him, were made in his image, like the invitation says, and his likeness, and do what he did not dare to do, disobey. So then, Adam and Eve came with a sense project. The sense project was the disobedience. He placed them in a perfect place and gave them a tree there so that they would eat it, but they had to disobey. He placed an animal, a serpent that does not think for its own. That animal only responds to the program that Yahweh placed, which was to tempt and do evil. That's why he cannot even repent, because he has a whole programming to do evil. Repentance is not in him or anything of the sort. It was his job. He had to do it. It's like bacteria. A bacteria and a bacteria, they come to do a job. When the job is over, the body eliminates them. So then, even the work of Azazel on this earth was good, beneficial to us. It's all designed by Yahweh. We always suffer of guilt that Yahweh is so good and we're the evil ones. No. We only reflect what there was in his interior. Like a son reflects the sickness of his mother, we, Adam and Eve, reflected the sickness of Yahweh. What Yahweh could never do in heaven, maybe his parents, I don't know. But what I know is that when I have a son, and my son gets sick, my son is reflecting my condition. Adam and Eve reflect the condition of Yahweh. Only the condition of Yahweh. Are you understanding what I'm saying? In your life, you have ever even seen it this way. Yahweh was an egotistical being, completely egotistic. Absolutely, he lived for himself and no one else. That's why up until now we have all his commandments. I'm the only one. If you worship someone else, I'll destroy you. Love me, only me. And if in my Shabbat you pick up a stick, I'll destroy you. In order to later say, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. Hold on. There's no reparation between that love that you're talking to me now with that which you stole a fruit and I kick you out. You should understand, Yahweh had to learn to control his power. He had to learn humility. Because in the first one that they attacked him, he said, curse it, out of here, and I curse you, and I curse at you. That is not the reaction of a being that is rational. Because no father would act that way. If I buy a new room for my son, or a house even, I buy him everything, and I put, I don't know, this, don't touch this, okay? Just, it's mine. And my son comes and touches this, and I come that day, and I kick him the door. You touch this, now you're out in the street. What father would do that? One that does not have any experience in anything, an animal. Instead of saying, you touched it, I told you not to touch it because it was inconvenient. Yahweh had to learn for someone to disobey him in his face, and you know what? I'll eat your fruit. What? You're out of here. You know what? I'm not going to keep your commandments. I'm going to kill you. Oh, go ahead, kill me. He killed the whole world. He killed. He only left 8 people. And he had to notice that even leaving 8, the evil rose up twice as much. He had to say, there's a problem here. I think that the problem is in me, not in them. They are my children. And they reflect what the Father is. We are mirror of Yahweh. The other does not exist. What bothered Yahweh so much about human beings, he had it. He had the urge of disobeying his parents. He never did it. He never did it because he's not perfect. But he created someone just like him for him to do what he could never do. And he created a sense project. That's why all this you are understanding it now, because you've understood all the previous subjects of others. It'd be impossible for you to understand it. The children of Yahweh demonstrated the sickness of the Father. Adam and Eve, they come to reveal the lack of the Father. Yahweh had to learn humility. And he noticed that by killing, he didn't earn a thing. He noticed that after the flood, evil rose up even worse, twice as much worse. He says, hold on, I'm going to kill everyone. He said, I'm going to create a people unto myself. The rest can fuck themselves. So then he created a people, called it Israel, formed it. He said, this people is mine. You're Israel. I brought you out of slavery. Now you're going to love me with all your soul. And you'll never have other gods. And listen to me always. And you'll have all these rules. The people said, we don't want that. You don't want this? No. I'm going to kill you. And he started to kill. It didn't give any effect. I'm going to kick you out from the earth. He kicked them all to the fuck out of the earth. There was no effect. You see that? Whatever they do, the people did not love him. His children, which are we, didn't love his father. Here's something. In the time of what I've been saying, there's something that is not okay, Yahweh said. And he said that the problem is me. There, Yahweh noticed. But he noticed all that before creating anything, because he's so intelligent, so intelligent, that he saw all this since the very beginning. He saw all this, but he wanted to experience it. You see, it's not that he went, no. He wanted to experience it, and for his salvation, he had to die to the ego. Yahweh's ego was perfect. And that ego had to die in order to learn what he had to learn. And he noticed that he had to come to earth and die. There was no other solution. When we understand that he came for us to heal us, that's true. He came to heal us a sickness that belongs to him. Wow. I'm using strong words here. So then he said, in order to heal my children, I have to heal myself. The only way of healing myself is to go to earth and live like them and suffer the sicknesses that I gave them because I gave them to them. We don't suffer anything here that he hasn't given. Every sickness, every problem, he designed it. So then he says, now I'm going to subject myself to my own law. That's unjust, but I'll subject myself to it. And he came to earth, subjected himself to it, and he died under that law. And when he died, he really died and resurrected because he's not like us. He has life in himself. He said, now I am cured. And now he starts to cure ourselves. Because if our Father is healed, the children are healed. If the Father is not healed, no one is healed. He had to learn to control his wrath, his destruction, his anger, for them to tell him in the face. He formed a people, and the people said, they laughed at him. They went with other gods. That says, and you become a prostitute, you went with other men. And insulted them. You know the way he insulted them. You prostitute Israel. I'll give you a divorce here. Nothing worked. What do you mean a divorce here? You can shove it. Yeah, that's the way it is. And he knew that they only loved them when he punished them. And of course, when man is so drowned, it's like grabbing a jar, then you're going to drown him. You're going to love me. He says, okay, I'll love me, save me. Instead of the kid to have a crazy love for him, no, he punish, love me, or punish you. A husband says, love me because I'll kill you if you don't. Well, okay, I'm going to love you. Don't kill me. I'll love you. So then that fear, he noticed that he generated that fear because he was egotistical, complete egotistical, ego-centered, with no experience about anyone rejecting him. Very well. All this that I've just said, all is expressed in the 7 days of creation. In the 7 days of creation, he being able, creating everything in one day, could he have done it? He demonstrated to us in this 6 days what he was going to do. And his final healing, which would be his own death. Are you understanding this? His own death. Even if does it sound too crazy what you're comprehending? Did you know that the same thing happens to him like it happens to us? The other does not exist. So what bothers me of these accursed sinners is the disobedient Eve. I'm the disobedient one, but I'll attack her first. I'll kick her out. I'll kick Adam out because it was what he had to go through, what we all go through until we learn that what we did was wrong and we react. But we have to go through experiences. Yahweh had to live through experience what healing was. So then he made human beings as children in order for him to be able to heal himself. I see this as great. This is a message that never, ever, ever could have been heard without having understood all this, that has a beauty that is rather impressive. The other does not exist. It is my reflection. Until Yahweh learned that. It hurt in his own heart that our own sickness was that of his own. Let's go to Bereshit 1:27. Bereshit 1:27. And Elohim created man in his image. In image of Elohim created he them. How was Adam and Eve created? Man and woman created he them. Not just created them, but put a sense project in them. The sense project was that they had to disobey him. And they had to place themselves in an enmity against Elohim. You notice that all this cannot be even compared with the Pauline doctrine, not in the very least. There's no comparison, because we could now understand why were we created. Now let's go to Bereshit 3:22. And Yahweh Elohim said, behold, man is like unto us, knowing good and evil. Yahweh knew good and evil, but he had not experienced it. He knew it. And he wanted to go through all of it. Now, let him not reach and grab from the tree of life and eat and live forever. Now let's go to Isaiah 53, 4 through 5. Isaiah 53, 4 through 5. Truly carried he our sicknesses. What did he carry? But isn't it also backwards? Also, we carried sicknesses because of the children carry the sickness of the parents. Adam and Eve carried his sickness, so then he surely carried our sicknesses. Hold on, how is this understood? Surely he had our sicknesses. Notice, I could understand it the way I want. Surely he carried our sicknesses. Surely he carried our sicknesses. Hold on. What sicknesses? The disobedience of Eve. Where was it? In Yahweh. It's depending on how you want to understand this text. But now, the way I'm presenting it in this incredible way, obviously, he carried our sicknesses and suffered our pains. And we had him scourged as wounded of Elohim. Yet he was wounded because of our rebellions, which are his original rebellions. Crushed for our sins, the suffering of our peace was upon him, and because of his wound were we healed. I don't like the word wound. It should be, and because of his wound were we healed. And so because of his wound were we healed, it means that wound also healed him. Because by the father being healed, the children are healed. Do you understand this? Did you understand that in the generational tree, we have problems with our parents? That they put a sense project in us. He put Adam and Eve in a place and placed something that he knew that they were going to eat. He placed it there. He says, don't eat without any sense. Dragon that was very intelligent placed them that would tempt them until she would fall, because there was no escape. There was no escape in the project sense of Yahweh for his children, for us to go through all this so that in the end he would experience this whole disaster and that we cure him, and in turn he cure us. Bereshit 3, 23 through 24. Bereshit 3, 23 through 24. Therefore Yahweh sent him forth from the Garden of Eden, the first conflict of loss of territory, to till the ground. He had him work instead of to be a king, whence he was taken. So he drove him out, immediate wrath. He drove him out, the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims and a flaming sword which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life. First conflict of loss of territory for Adam. Now Yahweh started to feel in his own skin a conflict of loss of territory, and I'll demonstrate it. What happens when I lose territory? What it attacks me? My heart. Because the coronary arteries start to ulcerate. Notice what happened here. Bereshit 6, 5 through 8. Bereshit 6, 5 through 8. I hope that everything is live here. And Yahweh saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And he repented, of course, he repented of having made man on earth, and it hurt his heart. Where did it hurt? Because he lost territory. His children abandoned him. They all did. They all exactly. He repented of having created man because his children, just like a father that brings up his son and the son says, "Oh, get out of here, you piece of shit, Dad. I'm out of here." It says, why did I have you? Don't the father say that? Same expression of Yahweh. You have to learn. He had to learn that his children would turn on him. He had to learn many things in a perfect ambient. You couldn't learn anything. Are you able to comprehend the dimension of this? So then here, he gets his first conflict of loss of territory. Yahweh starts to lose territory. His heart starts to hurt right there. Just imagine. And Yahweh said, I will destroy. He already got angry. How am I going to fix this loss of territory? I'll kill everybody. And that's how he acted. He killed everyone. I will destroy. Notice the word, I will destroy. I will destroy. Men whom I have created from the face of the earth. Why? Because they offended me. They departed from me, that I've created both man and beast unto the creeping thing and the fowls of the air, for it repenteth me. He again says, I repented me of having made them. Wow. He was in wrath right there, extremely so. He had a loss of territory. He was so wrathful, he had never experienced it that way in heaven. Never. Now he wanted to destroy everyone, kill everyone. He killed the very last one of them. What happened? Intolerant, of course, intolerant. And instead of saying, oh, look, I'm going to teach you, things are like this, I am Yahweh, wouldn't do things better. No! I'll destroy everything. And says, but Noah found grace before the eyes of Yahweh. Oh, good thing. I'll tell you something else. If Yahweh had destroyed everything, even Noah, he would destroy himself. In what aspect? That he would stop existing? No. He'd be evil forever. Because he would not have learned to forgive or nothing to happen. If in the first offense you go crazy like a person, then the first offense he becomes offensive and it starts to hitting somebody. You see somebody as just off, right? In the first offense you say, hey, you're kind of fat. What'd you say? And he starts to hit somebody right away, or he pulls out a gun. Just imagine, oh, this guy is completely lost his mind. Completely lost his mind. Well, Yahweh had a lot to learn. We're in the first stage of the whole active stage of Yahweh. The first stage, active phase here will break everything. Let them make sacrifices, kill animals for me. He liked that, kill animals. That, if you start to analyze that completely, entirely, you see an egotistical being right there that says, make sacrifices and tell me that you're repentant because you offended me. I am your God, he says. Do not offend me. He says, you offended me. Bring a cow. Now, it seems to be like laughable, but Yahweh implemented all that because he thought it was the solution. But then he noticed that it was not the solution. But he says, look, here's your cow. And one day he got crazy. He says, I want any more sacrifice. He says, what I want is a heart. Oh, I want a heart that is noble and good. That is what you want. You put this whole guide. If you do this, you fornicate. Hold on with the sacrifice. Hold on with the sacrifice. You know how many sacrifices they did in the ordination of the Temple of Solomon? Read it. I cannot believe that they killed that whole quantity of animals. But one says, but that is normal? Oh, well, for Elohim, we know that it was normal. That was normal. Not accept a sacrifice because he was healed. He doesn't want any more sacrifice of animals. Would Yahweh accept a sacrifice of an animal? No, that'd be crazy. I don't even want that. He says, I don't want any more sacrifice. I'm already rotten about this. I don't want any else. Are you seeing a pattern now? He had to learn to control, to not be so egotistical, to not be so terrible. Terrible. Very well. So then, he noticed also that although he saved those 8 people, he did not solve anything. Everything started to worsen in a terrible way. He created the people of Israel, gave them laws, married them. They turned their backs on them. So what did he do? He punished them and killed most of them, but not he or his wife learned of all this. He had to heal in order to really heal his wife. And I'm talking about his bride, not just his children. And there wasn't any other way of healing unless he would experience himself death to ego. Wow. And look at the level. I want you to comprehend something here. The level of humility that Yahweh had to learn. Humility. Because when one talks about humility, you don't think about Yahweh. And even less about the one of Tanakh. I am Yahweh of hosts, and I destroy even the last one, and I punish the 4th generation. But I have mercy of those who love me. Love me with all your heart, with all your soul, That's fine. But he enjoyed all that. Love me. Now you do something, I hate you. Even to the 4th generation, I'll destroy you. Wow. Hold on a minute. Wow. So then, Yahweh had to learn a level of humility that's incredible. When he came to earth, he noticed that he could never even say that he was Yahweh. He had to play the role of the son of Yahweh, and already the son of Yahweh is not Yahweh. He's the son, and also the son of man. Notice. So then he couldn't say, I am Yahweh, then no. I'll make him understand that he was Yahweh, but he said, I am the son of Elohim. You notice? And that, being he Elohim, making himself be called the son of Elohim is a lot less than to say, I am Elohim, mind you. Before he said, I am Elohim, that punishes you. Now he says, no, I'm Yahweh. And that didn't come to have judgment, a level of humility that it's unknown. Are you understanding this? It seem as if they don't fit in the words of Yeshua, loving the whole world, from the other Yahweh that punished everything. But then he entered into humility he had to learn. That's why it seemed like two different people, yes or no? That's why the Christians say, the Father is evil. And you see how the Father, even in the cartoons, looking like evil, you see, the Father was like this, and the Son was like this. The Father's like this, and the Father's like this. Because the Father punishes you, kills you, and the Son forgives you. Very well. So then, he abandoned his house. The heaven. Oh, this is cut off. I'm going to stop here. But okay, remember that I'm here. There we go. Let's see if you confirm that you can see it. We continue. Very well, moving on then. He abandoned his house, which is heaven. He came to earth, and he became human, being born of Miriam, a woman, complete humility, the Creator, being born of a woman, of a sinful woman, the one that disobeyed him. Notice how one says, wow, what a level of humility he has to get to. What a level of humility he has to get to from the one that you kicked out, and you cursed, and you called her all kinds of things, that she would be the object of her husband, and that she would have pain at birth and everything. You have to lower your head and be born of her. I want you to only visualize what I'm saying. To be born of her, he producing pain to her. Wow, he had to learn a lot. Yahweh had to learn way too much, and he did it for us. But he also did it for himself, or else it would not be. I am not denying in any way that he died for us, but he died for himself and for us. An entire humility, absolute humility. That woman that he cursed, he had to be born of her. Already as a human, like never before seen, he has a brutal shock of a conflict of loss of territory. Let's see, John 1, 9 through 11. John 1, 9 through 11 reads as follows: that true light, which lighteth every man that cometh into the world, he was in the world, and the world was made by him. That's okay, that's great. But the world knew him not. Loss of territory, brutally. He came unto his own, that marvelous people that he created unto his own, and his own received him not. Can you imagine the shock of loss of territory that Yeshua received there? It was tremendous. Tremendous DHS, loss of territory. Of the entire world, not just us. The earth didn't know him. I interpret it that way. The creation didn't know him. And his people either did not know him. What is initiated is a tremendous conflict of loss of territory that ulcerate precisely the heart. And now we're going to see what he dies of precisely. Let's go to John 12 through 13. John 12 through 13. This takes place at the end of his ministry. Days before his death, days prior, it takes exactly on the 10th of Etanim, the 10th of Aviv, 4 days for the 14th of Aviv, where he was going to be sacrificed. John 12 through 13 says, on the next day, much people that were come to the feast When they heard that Yeshua came into Jerusalem, he entered on the 10th of Aviv, took branches of palm trees, and went forth to meet him, and cried, Hosanna, blessed is the King of Israel that cometh in the name of Yahweh. If he had an attack of loss of territory since he was born, here he started to solve it because somebody recognized them. The whole, just look at how it is, and what happens when what takes place when he resolves a conflict of territory with a very great, massive conflict. You die. He had it 4,000 years old as Yahweh. And now since he was born on earth, he was rejected by all the means. So then he was 33 years old, per se, 33, a complete rejection. And now a group comes to appraise him. It says, wow, careful that that conflict is not solved. Or maybe also, now you'll say, oh, another heresy. No. Or maybe also, we believed, because we did not understand this, that these words are false, but I think that they could be true. I'm going to say something crazy. They could be true, these words, that I've already called them as false before, because we didn't understand all this. Luke 23:34. Luke 23:34. And Yeshua said, Father. In other words, he talked to himself to make himself be understood in a symbolic event. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Wow, very interesting. For if he forgives, renounces to the loss of territory, what happens? The conflict is solved. And what happens? Heart attack immediately, absolutely immediately, because you don't know what it does. For they know not what they do, and they parted his raiment and cast lots. So then if this is true, he, of course, has to learn to forgive what they did to him. Do you notice? He has to learn to forgive. And he has to learn to forgive truly an offense towards him. And if he came for that, because before he could not have forgiven anyone, if he came for that, that is the most correct moment of saying, Father, or I forgive the whole world. That's it, it's over. Do you understand? Now we see it from another point of view that's completely different, and I see it absolutely clear, exactly like the letter of forgiveness. Exactly, but you have to forgive. I have to forgive. As long as you have that anger, you cannot cure yourself. And if Yahweh had that anger, how was he going to heal us? We still had that brutal anger against him. In order for us to let go the wrath against him, he had to let go the wrath against us. And by letting go the wrath against us, now I have to love him, because we see a very different Elohim, very different. John 19:31 through 35, I'll read it in the New Living Translation. I love that version. John 19:31 through 34, New Living Translation. It was the day of preparation, and the Jewish leaders didn't want the bodies hanging there the next day, which was the Sabbath day, and a very special one because it was the Passover. So they asked Pilate to hasten their deaths by ordering that their legs be broken. Then their bodies could be taken down. So the soldiers came and broke the legs of the two men crucified with Yeshua. But when they came to Yeshua, they saw that he was already dead. He was already dead. What did Yeshua die of? Yeshua did not die. Yeshua did not die of crucifixion. Yeshua did not die due to the wounds. Yeshua died due to an attack of the coronary arteries, due to loss of territory and the recuperation of the territory, or directly the abandonment of territory. Do you notice what I'm saying? This is impressive. The heart exploded of the massive conflictive mass. In the moment that he solved it, his heart exploded. In fact, I want you to understand that he didn't even get to the epileptoid crisis. The heart exploded in the conflictolysis because it was so great. So we're not talking about here a heart attack, okay? We're talking about, I'll explain this. We're talking about a heart attack when he solved the conflict. When they accepted him. And when he forgave, already the heart exploded. That's it, exploded brutally. So then, But when they got to Yeshua, they saw that he was already dead. So then they didn't break his legs. And yet, one of the soldiers, however, pierced his side with a spear, and immediately blood and water flowed out. It is precisely the sign of an acute cardiac attack where the coronary arteries where water gathered. When he started to solve the conflict, it all got gathered there that protects the heart. And when the heart attack comes, that exploded and that water came out. So when they touched him precisely, water, blood and serum. The medical absolute explanation, the doctor will tell you that in the scene that he suffered, that when they pierced the side, he got serum and water, is because he had a heart attack. And he had a heart attack just the same, like Hammer says so, and because of the reason. I mean, this is magnificent. I don't know how you take this, but what I'm giving you is absolutely mind-blowing. It's incredible, absolutely incredible. He didn't have to do anything. In the moment of renouncement of territory, of forgiveness, his heart exploded. The information, the prior one, comes from an eyewitness giving an accurate account. Just in case you don't believe it, he speaks the truth so that you also can believe. Very well. In that point in time, I believe that Yeshua solves not just a conflict of 33 years of loss of territory, but rather of 4,000 years of lost territory, because that heart that was beating there was that of Yahweh's. 4,000 years of creation, and that he had never been recognized, and that they had never given his place to him that he believed that he deserved, and that he always punished in order to gain love. He noticed that it's not the way. So then he accepts that, and then after 4,000 years loss of territory, his heart explodes. It's 4,000 years of loss of territory. And they all saw that it started to hurt since before the flood. Says that his heart started to hurt since there. He started to ulcerate. Imagine if he repairs that, how that heart would explode. I want you to see not one or 4,000 years. It's 4,000 years. And this comes something magnificent here. Because precisely he dies in order to heal himself and to heal us. For his wound were we healed. That wound of Yahweh, now you can comprehend why he died. Now you see even more why he died. It's magnificent. He, in his death, cures himself, and he can cure us. So then, in the conflictualizes of all this of Yahweh, of the SPS of Yahweh, that we know that he acted in the active phase in a very special way. When he comes and dies here, he dies. What happens? He ends the conflict of a conflictive mass of 4,000 years. And when it ends, he dies. And you know, he enters into the phase of healing. There's no vagotonomy than death itself. Absolutely. It starts to eliminate everything because it was all dead. But here something spectacular takes place. I mean, rather spectacular. So then he goes into a permanent vagotonomy, and there's no more permanent one than death itself. Permanent vagotonomy. He rests in the grave for 3 days and 3 nights. That's enough. And something takes place that could never happen to us, only to him. That's an epileptoid crisis within death, and he resurrects. That's an epileptoid crisis. Precisely in the epileptoid crisis, it is the resurrection. This is what's marvelous. He dies. He dies entirely. He dies. In the epileptoid crisis, it is when he resurrects due to his power for himself. But like another person already, he already died to his own. He already now becomes a perfect Elohim from there, a perfect one. And then comes the PSLB, which is the ascension to heaven. He ascends to heaven, and the healing process begins from then. The healing starts the true conversion of his children, which is a true transformation. He again becomes Yahweh in all the sense, but to the absolute perfection. Now Yahweh is perfect absolutely, having experienced good and evil. Not knowing good and evil, but rather having experienced good and evil. Yahweh is healed of all his egotistical and unexperienced. His children can now be healed and capacitated to judge with plain justice and mercy. When this period of 6,000 years ends, he will again look for his wife that loves him truly, not by law, not by because of the death penalty, but loves him not by force, but loves him truly. But rather, it's a very different wife of that Israel. That Israel that I showed you with sacrifices, thinking that with sacrifices they're going to look for the favor of Yahweh. Yahweh doesn't want sacrifices. He already sacrificed himself. Now, actually, he shows us to love, and that we enter into the non-duality, that we enter into the coherence. I hope that every one of you have been able to comprehend this subject. We live in the final time of this sickness, of this SBS, of the three ones that I showed you, of the creation of sin and of Yahweh. We're in the final moments. Either way, final moments. You have comprehended the immense love, and now we can say the immense love of our Creator for us, in order for himself to perfect himself, and so that we can be perfected. Never again could we have been perfected if we had been born in a perfect world. We would have been like him without having understood anything absolutely, or knowing not how to forgive or be forgiven or anything of what I've said before. But now the moment has arrived that we have to have our life really cleansed, knowing what Yahweh did for us and for himself. We have to observe our life, not to keep the commandments due to fear of death, but rather to do them our belief. But that we obey him out of delight, by love, not obligation, but love, so that you see the effort that he made, that it took him 6,000 years, so that you comprehend why it took so much time, because it was the time that he needed to heal. And in order to perfect himself, 6,000 years to become after this a perfect Elohim in every aspect. But not just him, but we, his children, perfect children in every aspect. And actually also be able to enjoy an eternity that's perfect. Today is a good day. Today is a special day, because we are in Shavuot 71, because really all this demonstrates to us that we're in the last part. Today's a very special day in order to review whether our life is in coherence with Yahweh. Knowing what Yahweh did, let us review our lives and check to see if it's in coherence, to see if really we can enjoy eternal life. Today is a good day to enter into coherence with Yeshua. Before the epic crisis of this earth began, since I've already demonstrated to you the plagues, starting with the separation of Yahweh, doing something absolutely terrible, because Yahweh separates himself. He will heal, and he will save those who really wish to be saved and be healed like he did. He wished to be saved and heal himself. He had the opportunity of destroying everything and didn't. That also gives us and calls us and tells us you have the opportunity of saving yourself. You have to separate yourself of all this that makes you incoherent, to go back to the coherence with Yahweh. It's not that Yahweh comes to destroy with terrible fear the earth, but rather the world will self-destruct itself, because he separates himself of all those who really don't want to know anything about him. And so then he comes to look for his wife. But in turn, in all, I believe that in the judgment there will be a lot of mercy, way too much mercy, with all those living beings that in the active phase they were in the healing of Yahweh. Alleluia to every one of you. John 8:31 through 32. Then Yeshua said unto the Jews that had believed on him, If ye would remain in my word, then ye will be my disciples indeed, and ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Let us take the message and the example of our Father. Let us stop being beings that are dual, and let us go to the non-duality. Let us forget all the things that take us to incoherence, and let us continue the steps of Yeshua, our husband. Let us end with a word of prayer. Blessed art thou, Yeshua HaMashiach. Lord, we give you thanks because in Scripture you clearly tell us everything which has taken place on this earth. Lord, we give you thanks because you came to heal us, because you, which are a perfect being, had to learn, and you had to show us the path. Blessed art thou, Yeshua HaMashiach, and help us to enter into coherence. And all those things that become so difficult to understand, help us, Lord, to enter into coherence, because really, we desire to live with you forever. Thank you, Father, for all that you have done for every one of us. All this, I thank you for. And I wait for you to come and look for us soon. In your precious name, Yeshua HaMashiach. Alleluia. Alleluia. If the Lord allows it, we'll meet again next Shabbat, where I will give you that technique that's so impressive so that you can start to change certain beliefs and certain obstacles that you have in your life. May the Lord bless you and keep you. Alleluia to every one of you.